The Bloody Bucket Massacre. By J. Fendler. My friend Adam lives in Alabama and teaches there, and he was kind enough to share his family's legend with me. This story dates back to the early 1960s and centers around his grandmother, who had a disturbing vision. To set the scene, she was in her early 20s at the time, so when I refer to her as grandmother, think Shay Mitchell rather than Estelle Getty. Adam's grandmother was part of a long line of fortune tellers in the family. Her grandfather was even a well-known one, so much so that he once spoke to Oral Roberts over the phone. The mental image of him, an old man talking to Oral Roberts, is one I can't shake. Despite her lineage, Adam's grandmother didn't have the same level of success in the psychic business as her grandfather, but she did have a terrifying experience one night that she could never shake. Around midnight, on a night in the early 60s, she woke up screaming, "Blood! There's blood everywhere!" There were witnesses, family members who tried to calm her down. They asked her where the blood was, what had happened. But all she could do was stare at them, wide-eyed. They tried soothing her, offering her ice cream, anything to calm her down. But her premonition, the one she saw in a dream, was something horrible, beyond words. "Bless your heart, we're gonna have to get you a gag, sweet pea," they teased, though their threat was more than a little playful. But Adam's grandmother was nervous. As they say in Alabama, like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Later that night, her cousin, who was known to be back in town and serving in the military, also had a terrible night. It was his last night. He went to a bar, the Bloody Bucket, which doesn't exist anymore. He may have thought it was a singles bar and tried flirting with a girl that he saw there. But it wasn't a singles bar, and the girl's boyfriend noticed and didn't take too kindly to the attention. The boyfriend, enraged, decided to confront Adam's grandmother's cousin right outside the Bloody Bucket, and a fight broke out. It ended with the cousin being stabbed with a knife. The details of the stabbing are murky at best. Adam couldn't provide much, and I don't have anything concrete on what happened next. But what I do know is that the horrific event, the legend, is part of the twisted history of that place. That same night, Adam's grandmother saw the blood, and somehow, inexplicably, she knew what was coming, even though no one had told her. It was a chilling premonition, one that she couldn't escape. The details of that night in the Bloody Bucket may have faded into the past, but it left a mark on the family for sure, and now it's part of the legends that haunt the area to this day. The ranger just stared at me. I was just trying to get away from people. That's how this started. Too many notifications, emails, too much noise. So I took a week off work and I drove out to Colorado, thinking that I would camp for a few nights and just breathe a little. I'd done solo camping before, nothing extreme, just Forest Service sites and walk-in spots. This time, I went out near Pagosa Springs, down some old fire road where the trees get taller than the sky and the air smells like cedar and snow. The spot was perfect, a little flat area by a stream. No service, no other cars. Just me, my tent, and a paperback that I never actually opened. The first day was peaceful. The first night was quiet. It was the second day that things got strange. It started with movement. I had just finished boiling water for breakfast when I saw somebody walking up the trail. A tall man in a forest green uniform. Ranger, I thought. He was maybe 6'3", thin, pale, clean-shaven, wore the full outfit, hat, badge, boots, but something about him looked old. Not in a gray hair way, old like a photo that's been in a drawer for too long. He didn't wave, didn't say anything. He just stopped about 20 feet from my fire ring and stared. I called out a friendly, "Morning," and waved. He nodded, slightly, just once. I asked if everything was okay, and he just stood there. I thought maybe he was checking for fire permits or making sure that I was camped legally, so I reached into my pack to grab my paperwork. When I looked up again, he was gone. Just blinked out of existence. No footsteps, no brush moving, nothing like that, just gone. I felt uneasy the rest of the day. I didn't hike. I didn't really relax. I kept thinking that I would see him again, and it turns out I was right. That night, just after sunset, I stepped out of the tent to use the restroom. At least, the woods version. I didn't even have my headlamp on. I was just using the moonlight. And there he was, standing on the other side of the creek. The same ranger uniform, the same stillness, arms at his side, staring. Only this time, he was smiling. Not a big smile, but just enough. His eyes were too wide, too bright in the dark, and he didn't blink once. I backed into my tent and zipped it shut. Didn't sleep. Just laid there, holding my knife with my heart pounding. When the sun came up, I packed up in 15 minutes flat. Didn't even boil water. I just shoved everything into the trunk and got out of there. But here's where it gets worse. On the way out, I passed a real ranger truck parked near the trailhead. Windows down, a guy inside doing his paperwork. I stopped and asked him if anyone else from the service had been patrolling the area the last 2 days. He looked at me kind of funny and said no, he was the only one assigned to that region that week. I asked if maybe they had volunteers or seasonal staff wearing uniforms. He said they didn't. And then he asked me to describe the guy that I saw. And when I did, the ranger's face drained of color. He said, "You're not the first person to describe him." I asked if they knew who it was, and he said no, just that people see him sometimes, usually when they're alone. And then, after a beat, he said, "Best not to camp in that part of the woods anymore." I nodded and left. I still think about that stare. How blank it was, how still. Like his face wasn't quite alive. And the way he moved or didn't move, it was like watching a puppet waiting for someone to pull the string. I don't go into the deep woods anymore. And if I ever see a ranger standing alone, not saying a word, I'm not saying anything either. The Headless Horseman of Baldwin County, Alabama, by now deleted user. My buddy and I were riding home through the woods in Alabama, taking a rural stretch of an old highway. We had been hunting that morning, but didn't manage to bag a deer, so we decided to fish and grab some food. The morning hunt had felt strange, like I was being watched in the woods. I'm a police officer and a retired Marine, so I don't get spooked easily, but I couldn't shake the feeling. A pack of wild dogs ran through where my stand was, and that's when the unsettling feeling of being watched became too much to ignore. It prompted me to leave early. The dark woods of Alabama are a scary place, and I wasn't about to take any chances. After we fished for a while, we headed home. That's when we ran into something I've struggled with understanding since that day. It was exactly 12 noon when we saw it. Before I go into the details of what happened, you need to know a little bit of the history about Baldwin County, Alabama. The Battle of Blakely was fought along this particular highway, and it was a bloody onslaught that occurred near the end of the Civil War, resulting in immense casualties. Now here's where the story gets strange. We were around mile marker 18, and to the right, there it was, on a grassy embankment in the curve in the road just past an old bridge, a tall black horse with a rider wearing black armor. The rider had black gloves gripping the horn of the saddle, with a sword sheathed. This dark rider was massive in figure and missing his head. You heard me right, and I know how it sounds. It was a headless horseman. The horse was abnormally large and darker than night. The rider sat stoically in his saddle, facing the road, as if he was waiting for something as we drove past. Now, I don't spook easily, like I said, and my buddy doesn't even believe in that kind of thing. As we passed the horseman, time seemed to slow down as I took in every detail. I remember everything about it. My buddy also stared in absolute disbelief as we seemed to glide past in the safety of the truck, like some sort of safari from hell. And here's where it gets really weird. After we passed it, I looked back in the mirrors, and poof, just like that, it was gone. This area was rural, and the horseman couldn't have come from anywhere or been headed anywhere that fast. My buddy told me shortly after that he didn't want to talk about it ever again. He was really shaken up about it. It wasn't until way later that he told his account, and we realized we had seen the same exact thing. The only difference was that when we passed the horseman, my buddy claimed the rider was on the left side of the road, slowly walked into the center of the road and disappeared. I, on the other hand, saw him very clearly on the right side of the road, and he didn't move. Has anyone else seen him? Please let me know. My Glitch in the Matrix Experience in Mississippi by Maggie L. Alright, so I need to tell you all about this experience I had in Mississippi a few years ago. Honestly, I've been sitting on this for a while because, well, who's going to believe me? I barely believe it myself, but I swear on everything that happened. I can't make sense of it, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. I guess I thought telling my story might help. I was down in Mississippi visiting some family. Nothing crazy, just a quiet weekend away, getting out of town, you know. I don't know why, but something about the place always made me feel off. It wasn't anything specific, but it had this weight in the air. Like you were always being watched no matter what, even when nobody was around. But I'm a city gal, and I just chalked it up to being in a rural area. I wasn't about to let a little unease mess with my plans and get in the way of family time. I was staying with my cousin Rachel. She lives on a small property just outside of Vicksburg, and it's a nice old house. Creaky floors, porch swings, that kind of thing. Real South. The area around the house was just countryside and trees. Nothing but open space and a few other houses scattered around. But it's the kind of place where everyone knows everything about everyone, and things feel a little slower, if that makes sense. So one afternoon, after a bit of a late lunch, I decided to take a walk. I'd been cooped up in the house for a while, and the weather was perfect. Hot, but not unbearable, with just enough of a breeze to make it worthwhile. I started off down the road in front of Rachel's house, a dirt path that wound along the edge of the property before branching off into the woods. I've walked that path before. It's not long, and I'm familiar with it. There's not really much to see unless you're really into plants and bugs, but it's peaceful. This time, though, something just felt a little off. Maybe it was just me. I was thinking too much. Maybe the heat was getting to me. But I felt like it was different. Like I'd never been there before, even though I definitely had. I walked a little farther than usual, just kind of lost in my thoughts. And that's when I started to notice something truly weird. The road ahead of me didn't look right. It wasn't like a major change or anything, but it felt like the landscape had subtly shifted. Like a set change I didn't notice. At first, I thought I was just seeing things. And maybe the shadows were playing tricks on me. Maybe I'd walked too far in the heat and was starting to get lightheaded, disoriented. But no, there was something definitely different. It was like I was looking at the same stretch of road I was used to, but it wasn't the same. The trees on the left looked a little fuller, and the ones on the right, well, I could swear they weren't even there a minute ago. I could see the road curving in a way it never had, like it was stretching out farther than I remembered. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart rate picked up, but I thought, okay, get a grip, you're just imagining things. But the more I looked at it, the more it felt like the road had reset itself. Like I was staring at the same patch of dirt and trees, sure, but it had somehow gone back in time or something. I know this sounds insane, but just stay with me here. I turned around, thinking maybe I had somehow missed a turn or looped back without realizing it. But no, Rachel's house was still behind me, right where it was supposed to be. I could see the front porch swing, the yard, everything. I was still on the same road, so I decided to turn around and just keep walking. Maybe it was just a weird moment. Maybe a shift in my perspective. I mean, things happen, right? But when I kept walking, that same patch of road looked exactly the same. The trees were in different places. The ground looked subtly different. Everything was still very off. I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't in the same place anymore. Like I was on some kind of invisible boundary. I'm talking about everything, from the vibe of the air to the way the sun hit the ground. It was like I had stepped into a version of the road that wasn't quite the one I had just been walking on. But here's where it gets even crazier. I walked a little bit more, now fully aware that I was starting to panic. I started questioning whether I was just losing my mind. I don't really have panic attacks, but maybe I was having one. But then something happened that made me absolutely freak out. Up ahead, maybe 50 feet or so, I saw a figure. It was a person, but they were standing still in the middle of the road. Just standing there, not moving. At first, I thought it might have been someone that I knew from the area, but no. This person looked out of place. They were dressed in clothes that I hadn't seen in years. Old, kind of worn-out clothes, that looked like they came from the late 90s. Like, not even in a retro, cool way, just outdated. It wasn't the clothing that threw me off, though. It was the fact that they were just standing there, not moving, not even blinking. And I swear when I tried to focus on them, I couldn't make out any details. I mean, I could see the person, but the closer I looked, the more their features blurred. It was like their face wouldn't come into focus, no matter how hard I tried. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at them, but I do know this. They didn't belong on that road, not in the version of reality I was in. The more I stared, the more the air around them seemed to shift and change, like there was static in the atmosphere. You know when you look at the pavement on a really hot day and everything kind of shimmers? It was like that. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't in the same time anymore. Somehow I had stepped into a different version of the road. A version of the road that didn't fit. A version that felt older. I can't explain it, not in a way that would make you understand, but it wasn't like I was in the past. Nothing looked outright vintage, but it felt wrong. Like I'd slipped through some invisible crack in time. I turned around to run back to Rachel's house, and that's when the glitch happened. I looked behind me, and the house was gone. It was just not there anymore. The space where it should have been was empty, like it was never there, like no one had ever developed it or built anything. But when I looked back at the road, I could still see the figure standing in the distance, watching me. The feeling of being watched became overwhelming. Every instinct in me screamed that I had to get out of there. And I did what any rational person would do, I think. I ran. I didn't stop until somehow I was back in the house. I don't remember how long it took me to get back there. I didn't look at the road, I didn't look at anything except my feet, but somehow I found the house again. I threw open the door and slammed it shut and locked every window and door. I shuttered every blind and I just collapsed. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept staring out the window, waiting for something to shift again, for that person to reappear. And I really didn't go back outside for the rest of the trip. The weird thing is, the next day when I tried to bring it up to Rachel, she didn't remember anything being different about the road. She didn't know who I was talking about when I mentioned the person I saw. It was like the whole thing didn't happen at all. And that, I think, is what's messing with me the most. It's like the whole encounter was erased, or maybe I was the only one who remembered it. Maybe it didn't happen in this timeline at all. The Shrieking Banshee of Mississippi by Ostentatious Bird Call 47. Obligatory statement here that I don't know if I believe in the supernatural. I've always had a bit of a difficult relationship with all things spiritual. If it can't be double-blind, peer-review proven, it's hard for me. But I've always tried to have an open mind at the same time. I figured that all this stuff people say they see and experience, maybe they did, but it has some kind of logical explanation. Something scientific we just don't know about yet. A coincidence. But after what happened to me in Mississippi, I'm not sure I can just outright dismiss everything as coincidence anymore. I've always thought it was just a bunch of stories. I mean, people love their ghost tales, their cryptids, all that stuff. But after that night, genuinely, I can't even look at the world the same way. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me set the scene. It was late summer a few years ago. I was down in Mississippi visiting some friends. It was one of those weekends where you're supposed to be having fun, getting away from the grind, And for me, getting out of the city. They all grew up there, but I'm kind of a city slicker, I suppose, and they always tease me about it. But still, we always have so much fun in the woods when I go down there. But something about the whole place just felt really heavy this time. Maybe it's the swamps, you know? The old trees. Or maybe it's just how dang quiet everything is out there. But this place had a different kind of quiet. Not peaceful, more like the kind that presses on your chest and makes you feel like there's something you're not seeing, but it sees you. I wasn't the only one who thought that. My friend Liz mentioned it a few times. She'd grown up in the area, and even she said it wasn't unusual to feel uneasy out in the woods at night. She told me stories of the land being old, like really old. Some of the locals still believed in things that aren't supposed to exist. Not ghosts, but creatures. She mentioned something about a shrieking banshee that had been spotted a few times in the area, though she was quick to laugh it off as just a story. But even so, she warned me. If you do hear a scream out there, don't go chasing it. You'll wish you hadn't. I thought she was joking. I mean, who really believes in a banshee? I assumed it was just folklore, something old-timers tell to scare the kids, and maybe she had just sort of absorbed it over the years. Maybe she was hazing the city person, right? But that night, things took a turn. It was about midnight when I decided to go for a walk. I'd had a couple of drinks earlier, but I was feeling restless. The heat in the house, the stillness of everything around me, it was just too much. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out. Thought I'd just get some fresh air. Liz wasn't with me. She'd gone to bed early, and I didn't want to wake her, which, in hindsight, might have been a bad idea. Perhaps somebody should have known where I was, but in any case, I had the woods to myself. Now, the house that we were staying in was pretty isolated. It was kind of typical for the area, old plantation style, built long before the area started to get developed. There were woods surrounding the place on all sides, and I could hear crickets and even the occasional owl as I walked down the dirt path that led out from the back porch. The air was thick and warm, which is not unusual, but there was this odd, almost unnatural silence beneath the usual sounds, like a background of absolute stillness. No rustling from the trees, no wind, just a dead calm. I wasn't too far from the house when I felt it. A chill. It wasn't a normal chill like from the night air or those little shudders you just get. It was deeper, like something pressing in from all sides. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I instinctively looked over my shoulder. I could have sworn I heard something, a rustle, but when I turned, the woods were as still as ever. I took a breath and kept walking, trying to shake the feeling off. I had been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I heard it. A scream. At first, I thought it was an animal, a coyote maybe, but then I realized how wrong that was. This was loud and shrill, like something, no, like someone, was in pain. But somehow the pitch of the scream didn't sound quite human. It echoed through the woods, cutting through the silence like a blade, the kind of scream that makes your gut turn over, the kind of scream you never want to hear again. I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my breath hitched in my throat. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, that it was nothing. But deep down, I knew that it wasn't. I may live in the city, but I'd been out there enough times to know what almost all the animals sounded like, and no animal I had ever heard there, or ever, made a sound like that. That's when I remembered what Liz had said. If you hear a scream, don't go chasing it. But I was already moving before I could even stop myself. Call it curiosity or stupidity, I don't know, but my feet carried me deeper into the woods, toward the direction of the scream. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but every step felt wrong, like I was walking into something that I shouldn't be. But it was like I couldn't stop. The scream came again, louder this time, followed by a deep, unnatural silence. It was close. Too close. I turned the corner around a thicket of trees and stopped dead in my tracks. There, just beyond the edge of my flashlight's beam, I saw someone. At first I thought it was just a person, but there was something really off about them that I couldn't quite place at first. Their body was almost skeletal, it was so thin, and they were crouched down in the grass, their head hanging low. I heard the scream yet another time, but this time it was super close to me, like it was right next to me. I stumbled backward, almost dropping the flashlight. The thing wasn't just making the noise, it was the noise. The sound seemed to come from it, echoing out from deep within its chest, rising and falling in an eerie, dissonant pattern. I couldn't look away. It had the form of a woman, or what I assumed was a woman, but its skin was pale, almost translucent. And it was just so wrong. Its limbs were too long, its fingers twisted almost backwards. The face was hidden, but I could see glimpses of something hollow, like its features weren't fully formed. And then it stood up, slowly, like it was stretching after being curled up for too long. My heart was absolutely pounding now, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But I couldn't. It was like that thing had glued my feet to the ground. I was rooted in place, just watching this thing rise, its body jerking and twitching as it moved. It started toward me, its head snapping up, and the face. Jeez, the face. There were no eyes, just empty sockets, deep and black. Its mouth stretched wide until it was more of a void than a face. The sound it made was a guttural mix of a scream and a growl, and it echoed through the woods like the walls were closing in. I don't know what happened next, but I snapped out of it. Something in my head broke through the fog of fear, and I ran. I ran harder and faster than I ever have in my whole life, never looking back, not even caring if I tripped or broke my leg. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps far too fast, an unnatural skittering that wasn't anything human. As I ran and listened to how strange this sounded, I realized what was so disconcerting about it. It wasn't footsteps. This thing was following me on all fours. The scream kept coming, but it wasn't really chasing me anymore. It was following a step behind. I didn't stop running until I was back at the house, slamming the door shut behind me. I sank to the ground and just sobbed. My chest was tight and I could hardly breathe. The air felt thick, heavy, ancient. I didn't say anything to Liz that night. I couldn't anyway. What would I say? That I had seen a creature in the woods? That I heard it scream, tearing through my bones? I wasn't gonna wake her up with that. But I didn't sleep either. By the next morning, I had almost convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was some wild animal I'd heard in the distance, and my brain had mixed it all together. But when I went outside to check, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. The ground where I had been standing, the patch of dirt next to the trees, was scorched. Not burned like a fire, but singed, like something had been standing there for a long time, leaving its mark. And the grass around it was bent in strange, unnatural angles, like something had crawled through it. Liz didn't seem to notice anything odd. I didn't mention what happened. Maybe I was hoping it would just all go away, fade into a memory, and then not a memory. But I don't think that experience will ever fade. I think that even if I forget everything I've ever known or done, that thing will be the last thing I see and hear before I die. The Mysterious Cabin by Almost Amico. Labor Day of 2015, my mother, my wife, 3 children, and I went to a very remote cabin that we rented out. It was an old fire watchman station or something like that, so it had the cabin and 3 other sheds and shops. I'll try to keep it short, but this is a bizarre story. We unpacked, settled into the cabin, and then decided to walk a couple 100 yards down to the river, barefoot, and in sandals with shorts for all of us. We got down to the pebbled shore, and were playing and throwing rocks, stuff like that, when I realized there were these 1-foot-long snakes everywhere. My wife, my mom, and I yanked up the 3 kids and hurried off. After reaching a safe distance, I went back with a water bottle and caught one in it to see what it was. Turns out we were in a nest of diamondback rattlesnakes. If one of those things had latched onto one of my kids, they surely would have died. We were about 3 hours away from any medical facility. We got back to the cabin, and my mom and I went for a hike or walk alone while my wife calmed the kiddos and fed them lunch. Upon returning about 15 minutes later, all 3 of my kids and my wife were inside with the doors and windows all closed up, even though we had everything opened previously to cool the place off. We went inside to hear all 4 of them start yelling about a bear that was about 150 yards from the cabin, huffing and puffing at my wife and kids on the front porch, eating. It was down by the river, another 30 yards or so down the hill, that it poked its head up and over from. A few hours went by, and in that time, an ATV passed by 3 times, with 2 inbred-looking people on it, and each time they stopped in front of the gate onto the property and stared at us or the cabin. Keep in mind, we were 2 hours into the wilderness in Idaho, with no sight of a person the whole entire trip except them. We decided it was bedtime for the kiddos, since it was pitch black out. Within 10 minutes, our son, who was 5 at the time, went from being perfectly fine, active, and talkative, to having a fever of over 103 degrees Fahrenheit, slightly foaming at the mouth, and being completely unresponsive. That was it. We were leaving immediately to seek medical attention. I opened the front door of the cabin to start loading the 2 cars, by the light of one porch bulb and the headlights on the cars, which were both parked facing the gate. And that's when all 3 adults heard about 4 to 6 large, heavy animals running all around the cabin and property. There was one on the right side of the house, when exiting, that I could hear pacing back and forth and breathing heavily. I made everybody stay inside and close the door every time I went outside to transfer stuff to the cars, about 4 to 5 trips. I had a stick and a big pot that I was smacking as hard and loud as I could on each trip, and I was yelling loudly at random. As soon as I was done loading, I took each kid out individually and loaded them up between the 2 cars. Then I escorted my mom out, and then my wife. My wife and I were in the lead car, so we pulled out of the gate, and for some reason I felt that I needed to close the gate. I got out of my vehicle and walked behind it and my mom's car by about 15 feet to close the gate. Now, this gate was literally a log that slid from one post to the other. It offered zero protection or barrier between me and the animals out there. Right as I went to turn around, I heard loud, padded footsteps walking up to me, directly in front of me, no more than 10 feet away. Then, I saw eyes shimmering from the moonlight as the deepest, scariest growl I've ever heard in my life rang out. I turned and ran so fast I swear I must have jumped from where I was to the driver's seat of my car, some 30 feet behind me, and as I landed in my seat, I slammed it and drove. I spun out and we got out of there. It gets even weirder and scarier, though. About 15 minutes down the road, we were still panicking about our unresponsive son, and we both kept having this horrible, evil doom feeling, like a shadow over us. I looked down and realized I still had that baby rattlesnake in the water bottle in my cup holder. I grabbed it and threw it out the window immediately. Not even 2 minutes later, we heard our son softly crying. We realized he was finally responsive, and he started saying something along the lines of, "Why are we leaving? What's going on?" He was crying because he was sad to leave. He couldn't remember anything from the last hour. Quick backstory. My mother was about 58 years old at the time. She's been a staunch Jehovah's Witness my entire life, plus many more years beforehand, and she is the last person in the world to believe in signs, evil spirits, omens, anything like that. But the next day, my mom broke down really bad, sobbing her eyes out, hardly able to talk. She confessed to my wife that the night before we left, she'd had a nightmare in which we went on the camping trip, came across snakes, a bear, and a pack of wolves. She said she knew a lot of bad things happened at that outpost and that it was full of evil. Most of all, she said, "One of your kids died." I swear on my life to this very day, if I asked her who and how, she will immediately start crying and refuses to tell me or anyone. She lives her life now with a guilt that she willingly ignored her nightmare and put us into that situation, nearly taking out one of her grandkids in the process. But she doesn't deserve to feel that. Who would know? I know this all sounds crazy, but a week later on the local news, there were reports of a wolf pack in that area. Wolves and bears don't really coexist in harmony, but as far as I know, they do share territories and kind of respect each other. This outpost station was about 1.5 hours into the wilderness from Loman Banks, Idaho, if you want to verify the animals actually exist there. Sadly, I grew up in the mountains for the most of my pre- and early teen years, as did my wife until she was 10 years old. I even have a half sleeve of the wilderness and trees on my left arm. But with that said, we don't even go to the mountains anymore. Thanks for hearing everything out, and I'll leave this too. I don't care if you believe me. This story is very real to my family, and I swear, that night changed a lot of things for us going forward. My Encounter with a Wraith in Mississippi by Olivia L. So, I never really believed in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I mean, I know everybody says that, but really, I was always the type to roll my eyes when someone told me about their weird paranormal experiences. I just figured it was people's imaginations running wild. Maybe they watched too many scary movies. But after what happened to me last year in Mississippi, I'm not so sure anymore. I really can't explain what I saw or what came after. but I know that it wasn't a trick of the light or my mind playing games. It all started when I was visiting my aunt down in Mississippi. She lives in a pretty remote part of the state, close to the Mississippi River, the kind of place where the woods feel like they've been there forever, and the air is always thick with humidity. The house is an old, creaky, plantation-style place, and to be honest, it had always given me the creeps. I had spent a lot of time there growing up, but I had never stayed the night alone. Something about it always made me feel like I wasn't quite welcome, like something was watching me, just wanting me to leave. I came down to visit her because, well, I needed a break. Life had been kicking me around a bit, you know how it goes, and I figured getting out of the city would do me some good, and being around family would do even more. I didn't expect anything weird to happen. It was just supposed to be a nice, quiet few days away. My aunt was out for the day, so I decided to take a walk through the woods behind her house. It was something I had done a million times before. There's a trail back there that loops around a small creek. Nothing fancy, but peaceful. So I threw on my boots and headed out, trying to shake off the weird feeling that had been bugging me ever since I got there. The weather was overcast, which didn't help. The sky had that oppressive gray look that made everything feel heavier. The trees loomed over me, their branches twisted like skeletal hands. I walked for about an hour, just listening to the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of birds in the distance. Honestly, I was enjoying the solitude. But then I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was just another hiker. It wasn't too unusual to see people out in those woods. But then the footsteps stopped. I kept walking, thinking maybe someone was just resting or something. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still there. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. There was no one. The path was empty. Just me and the trees. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. But that feeling, that deep sense of being watched, it wouldn't go away. I figured maybe I'd get back to the house, grab some lunch, and call it a day. As I turned back toward the trail, something caught my eye. In the distance, near the edge of the trees, I saw a figure. It was hard to make out at first, like a shadow among shadows. But as I looked closer, I realized it was a person, standing perfectly still, staring right at me. Now, you might think that I had walked toward the figure or called out to them, but I didn't. Something about it made my skin crawl. Some primal instinct telling me that this was not normal. I couldn't see the person's face, just the vague outline of them, like a silhouette. They were tall, unnaturally tall, with long, thin limbs that didn't look quite right. I don't really know how to articulate it, but it looked like the shape of a person, but with the features all wrong. Too thin, too tall, like it wasn't meant to be human. I froze. I couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. And that's when I saw it, the thing that had always bothered me that I hadn't quite figured out how to perceive or something. The thing's face, or what should have been a face, was just black emptiness. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just a smooth, empty void where a face should have been. And then, as if the wind had suddenly shifted, the trees around me seemed to lean in closer, like even they were trying to get a better look at what was going on. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to turn and run, but I felt paralyzed by something outside of me. I was locked into place. And then the air grew colder, colder than it ever should have been for a humid Mississippi afternoon. The figure took a step forward, its movement slow and deliberate. This was not a person. This wasn't anything I had ever seen before. That's when I heard a voice, but not in the way you expect. It wasn't like someone speaking out loud. It was in my head, like The Shining or something. A whisper, cold and hollow, and yet it felt like it was being spoken right into my ear. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice didn't sound human. It wasn't even male or female, it was just wrong. Like it was coming from somewhere deep, somewhere dark and ancient. I don't know how long I stood there, but the longer I stared at that thing, the more it seemed to stretch and warp, like it was growing taller and darker, and its limbs were bending at angles that shouldn't have been possible. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next, it was gone, just like that. The air snapped back to normal. The trees stopped eavesdropping. The coldness faded. And I was left standing in the middle of the path, shaking with no idea of what had just happened to me. I ran back to the house. I didn't care about the woods or the fact that I was probably overreacting. I needed to get inside, lock the doors, and try to make sense of what the hell I'd just seen. When I got back, I didn't mention anything to my aunt. She wouldn't believe me anyway. I don't know why I didn't tell her, though. I guess a part of me was afraid she would think I was losing it. But later that night, after she'd gone to bed, I was sitting out on the porch trying to process what I had seen. And that's when I noticed something weird. The trees near the edge of the property were moving. They shouldn't have been. It was still as still could be, no wind. But the branches were swaying, twisting in strange ways. And there, at the edge of the wood, standing just outside the shadows, I saw it again. The same figure, taller than before, its limbs even more stretched out. It was just standing there, watching the house, watching me. I didn't stick around to see if it would move. I bolted inside, slammed the door, and locked every window. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind had me on edge. I couldn't get the image of that thing out of my head. The face, or lack of one. The voice. And the way it seemed to exist somewhere outside of time. Somewhere dark. I left the next morning. I didn't tell my aunt what happened. I just couldn't. I just told her I wasn't feeling well and I needed to go back home early. I didn't even stay for breakfast. The Haunting of the Board School by Wall Street Crook. This is the first time that I'm writing a post on Reddit, so I'll write my experience as clearly as I can. I was 16 years old and had already been at boarding school for roughly 5 years. My boarding school was situated in buildings that were originally used as a convent for priests, and were also used as a graveyard in the Middle Ages. It has now been around for over 170 years as a school, going through 2 world wars during which it was also used as a field hospital by the German army. Now, the thing you should know about the boarding school is that it was located in two large buildings, separated by a large playground. The boarding school itself was on the top floors of each building, separated by 3 floors to reach the ground floor. I didn't have good grades that year, and I was moved to the other building of the boarding school with the junior years to be under a stricter routine and to have longer study hours. We always had about 1 hour and 15 minutes every evening to relax and spend time with friends after studying. For that, there was a large basement with a small TV room, a bar, and a gigantic room with ping pong tables and kicker tables. The thing about the gigantic room was that it only had a single light switch, and it was connected to the school's theater and dancing room, of which the doors were always locked, and its light always off. Besides that, there was also a door that was always locked and supposedly connected the 2 buildings on the school's premises with a tunnel. Now, that evening, I went down to the basement directly after studying, taking along my phone charger. It was a pretty uneventful night, and at the end of it, I went up the stairs, going up the 3 floors, and finally reaching my room. All of a sudden, I realized that I had forgotten my charger in the basement and ran to the supervisor, who gave me the keys so I could go down and get it. Once I was descending the 3 floors to reach the basement, I started to get this really eerie feeling of being watched. The feeling got even worse once I realized that if I screamed, nobody would hear me, because there were 3 empty floors between myself and the boarding school. Once I reached the basement level, I was calm again, unlocking the first door and opening the second one. As I slowly opened the second door, it felt as if the darkness in that gigantic room was extremely thick, as if it would swallow me. I know it sounds weird, but that's how it felt. I switched on the lights and started making my way past the ping pong tables toward the back of the gigantic room, roughly 30 meters away from the door and the only light switch. As I made my way to the back, I was suddenly overtaken by a massive sense of danger and terror. I felt as if I was being ambushed or led into a trap, and my heart rate skyrocketed. I quickly turned around and speed-walked back to the door, when suddenly all the ping pong tables started making extremely loud noises, as if people were slamming on them with their fists to stir up a fight or something. I started sprinting to the door in fear that someone might switch off the lights or close the door on me, and while I was getting closer to the door, the noise got louder and louder. Once I finally reached it, I switched off the light and slammed the door shut, and as soon as the door closed, the noise stopped. I quickly locked the door and ran up as fast as I could, as if my life depended on it, crashing into one of the supervisors making his way home at the end of the night. He asked me what was going on because I was pale, sweaty, and shaking, and I told him what I experienced. I kind of expected him to rationalize what had happened, but he didn't. The first thing he said was that he had experienced some scary things as well when he had to lock up the basement alone. He also told me to check with another supervisor to make sure nobody was down there. The other supervisor and I went down to the basement again and stopped at the locked door, trying to hear if someone was down there or if any student was messing around. We listened quietly and heard someone walking around. As soon as we opened the door to catch them, the noise stopped. We turned on the lights, but nobody was there. Nevertheless, the back doors of the dancing room and theater were wide open. To this day, I get chills thinking back to this experience. Nobody could have been down there with me without me noticing it, nor can I explain away the slamming noises coming from the ping pong tables. It's an experience that has never left me, and although I try to rationalize it, it's haunting me in a way. What could have been is what I'm wondering now. My Strange Encounter in the Mississippi Swamps by Janet L. I don't know how to explain this. I've gone over it in my head 100 times, and every time I feel more convinced that what I saw or heard or whatever it was real. I didn't believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything like that before. But after what happened to me in the swamps of Mississippi, I really don't know what to believe anymore. This happened last summer. I was down in Mississippi for a bit of a vacation. I just wanted to take a break from work and get away from the noise of the city. Clear my head, you know? I'm the kind of person who loves being outdoors, so I thought the swamps would be a great place to explore. I mean, yeah, I was a little bit spooked about the whole swamp thing in the back of my mind, but I figured that stuff was mostly exaggerated. I had done some hiking and camping before, so how bad could it be? I found a small family-owned cabin to rent on the edge of a large swamp. It wasn't too far from a little town called Vicksburg, but far enough to make you feel like you were in the middle of nowhere. The cabin wasn't much, just a one-room shack with a porch and a thin trail of smoke rising from a nearby chimney. It was perfectly isolated, and honestly, it felt like a place where you could just disappear for a while. The first few days went by pretty uneventfully. I spent most of my time exploring the surrounding woods, walking along the swamp, and just trying to soak in the quiet. There was a lot of wildlife out there. Birds, small critters, the occasional deer or rabbit. And it was like I could feel the land breathing around me. It was peaceful, in a way, but also unsettling. There was something about the place, the humidity, the thick air, that made me feel like something was watching. But I didn't think too much of it. I chalked it up to the typical overactive imagination. You know how it goes. People get freaked out in places like this. The silence can play tricks on you. Still, I had this weird, nagging feeling that I couldn't shake. Like I was being followed, or something was lurking just out of sight. One evening, after a long day of hiking, I came back to the cabin and noticed something off. The place just felt wrong. I can't explain it, but the atmosphere had shifted. The air was thick, almost stifling, not just with humidity. It was like the entire cabin was just holding its breath. I didn't think much of it. I mean, maybe it was the heat. Maybe I was exhausted. I'm not used to this much humidity, so maybe it was just all getting to me. I made some dinner, read for a while, and then decided to step out onto the porch for a smoke. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the swamp, and for a moment I just sat there, watching the water. And that's when I heard it. A soft rustling from the woods behind me. Almost like something, or someone, was walking through the underbrush. It was too soft to be an animal, and too slow to be the wind. It was deliberate. At first, I told myself it was just a deer or something, but I've spent enough time in the woods to know the difference. This wasn't an animal. This was something else. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked toward the edge of the porch, trying to peer into the shadows where the sound was coming from. There was nothing. The woods were as still as they had been a minute ago, except for the occasional chirp of a frog or cricket. I was half relieved, but also irritated with myself. It was just my mind playing tricks, right? But then I heard it again, this time closer. My blood ran cold. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the cooling night. I slowly turned back to the cabin, looking over my shoulder, but there was still nothing to see. The cabin, the porch, the land, it all felt like it was just waiting for something. I almost convinced myself that it was nothing, that I was being paranoid, and maybe I could have if I hadn't looked back one more time, because that's when I saw it. A figure standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, too tall for a person, and it was outlined in the fading light. The thing wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. I couldn't make out details, but it was humanoid, or at least shaped like a person. But the way it stood, with unnatural stillness, sent a wave of dread through my chest. It didn't seem to have a face. No eyes, no mouth, just darkness where its head should have been. It was almost like a shadow, but it wasn't the same kind of shadow you get from a tree or something else. It was really off. I couldn't move. I stood, frozen, staring at it, and the more I looked, the less real it seemed. It felt like it was melting into the darkness. The longer I stared, the more it seemed to warp and distort, like it was being pulled into the shadows of the woods. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like hours, but it was probably just a minute or two. My legs finally moved, my body screaming at me to run, to get inside. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from the thing in the woods. Eventually, my fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and I bolted for the door. I slammed it shut behind me and locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, lights on, gun by my side, staring at the door like I expected it to burst open at any moment. The thing outside, I don't know what it was, but it did not feel human. It didn't feel like anything I've ever experienced. The next day, I packed my stuff and left. I didn't go out there again. I couldn't. I'd driven halfway to the nearest town when I realized I'd left my damn phone behind at the cabin, but I wasn't about to go back for it. But still, I had no choice. I needed my phone. When I pulled up to the cabin, my heart skipped a beat. The door was wide open. I didn't even check inside. I just grabbed my phone and I was gone before I even had time to think. Since that night, I've had trouble sleeping. I can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw in those woods is still out there. And maybe worse, I can't get that thing out of my head. Every time I close my eyes, I see its shadow, standing there, waiting. I don't know what it was or why it was watching me, but I know one thing for sure. I'm never going back to Mississippi. The Haunted House in Alabama by Nova Korpoff. I can't explain the last house I lived in while in Alabama. We moved in around 2004, and I honestly don't remember any activity back then. But as I got older, things got weirder. Ours was a 2-story house. My parents' room was on the first floor, and mine was on the second. I wasn't allowed to have a TV in my room, so if I wanted to have a late-night TV marathon, I would have to stay downstairs in the living room. That's when I first noticed the footsteps. My room was at the end of a long hallway on the second floor. At the end of the hallway were the stairs. The hallway ran over the living room on the first floor. This is important. I would be downstairs and hear creaking. House settling? That's what I thought. But there was a pattern, an urgency. The footsteps would start about where my door was, down the upstairs hallway, and stop, right at the foot of the stairs. There would be usually about a 10 to 15 second pause. Then, the footsteps would walk back down the hallway and stop back at my door. My parents would notice it too. If you ran over to the stairs to see what was making the noises, they would stop until you left. That hallway, though, to this day I still can't stand it. Being in that hallway makes me feel choked and trapped, which is strange because it's a big open hallway. One night, I accidentally fell asleep in the guest room because I was reading. Next thing I know, I'm awake on the floor next to my bed, nude, and all of the doors are open. My room was the only space on the second floor where I really felt safe, which is important because I never sleep with my door open. I mean, never. But here I was with no memory of how I got there. That really freaked me out. I'm not the only one, though. My mom said on several occasions she'd see someone walking around the house when she was by herself. I don't really understand why all of this was happening. I researched the house but couldn't really find any deaths in or around the house or property. My dad has this theory, though. He said things like this are attracted to people like him and me, highly sensitive people, but that's a story for another time, I guess. I, however, have my own theories. I would often catch my dad using a Ouija board every now and then. He had a history of using them and tried really hard to hide it from my mom. He would hide in the guest room. Yep, the very same. And he would use it in there. He had a secret stash of books on demonology and occult stuff hidden around the house, too. To this day, I have no idea what he was doing, but I have a sneaking suspicion that these things might be related. I'd love to hear what you think about this. This is probably my last haunted house story in my life, because ever since I moved out of my parents', I haven't had any incidents at all. Anyway, thanks for listening. The Skinwalker near Mobile County by Z.V. Zanotti. I live near a forest close to my home in Mobile County, Alabama. I first heard about skinwalkers through my cousin from Utah when he visited for Thanksgiving this year. It was around 8 p.m. And me and my cousin, who I'll nickname Lorenzo, were running a game of catch with a football in my backyard with the floodlight on. We played for a while until I threw the football too high, and Lorenzo went back to get it. I watched him do so until I noticed a small movement in the forest near my backyard. I squinted my eyes, trying to see what it was, and I vividly remember seeing a distorted-looking dog. It looked like an abnormally large Doberman. It sat on its hind legs, ears perked up, and stared at me with an intense gaze that looked too human to be a dog's. I nervously called out to Lorenzo to tell him to watch out for the Doberman, not mentioning the weird stare. He brushed it off as the neighbor's dog. I knew all my neighbors personally, and none of them owned dogs. A chill ran up my spine. The Doberman didn't move a muscle. It continued staring at me, lifeless. I was snapped out of the trance when the football hit me in the stomach. Lorenzo mocked me, saying I was scared of the little dog. Then he ran back inside without me. I froze. My legs felt stuck to the ground, heavy, as the Doberman disappeared into the forest. I stayed still, paralyzed in fear. After what felt like an eternity of 3 minutes, I slowly backed up the steps to my back porch, never taking my eyes off the forest. I was about to turn around and open the back door, but I was interrupted by a distorted voice calling my name. Christian. I froze solid again. Whoever or whatever was in the forest was trying to mimic Lorenzo's voice, but it sounded too distorted, too inhuman. I felt my breath hitch, and with a surge of courage, I turned around and quickly ran inside. I stupidly didn't mention it to either my family or Lorenzo. After we ate Thanksgiving dinner, most of my cousins left, but Lorenzo, my uncle, and aunt stayed. I stayed awake for hours, my mind constantly wandering back to whatever was mimicking Lorenzo's voice in the forest. It was probably between 2:30 and 4 in the morning when I heard a tapping on my bedroom window, followed by a muffled voice. It was that thing again, mimicking Lorenzo's voice. Christian, you for real scared of the neighbor's dog? A wave of overwhelming fear shot through my body. Whatever was mimicking Lorenzo's voice was now mocking me for being scared. I didn't dare peek through the blinds. Then, I heard another voice, this time mimicking my mother's voice, calling me to come get Thanksgiving dinner, even though, of course, that had already happened hours earlier. Christian, come get dinner. The voices went on for what felt like an eternity. It wasn't until the first peak of sunlight at 7:30 a.m. that it went unnervingly silent. I still haven't told anyone I know about this experience, and I haven't heard the voices since Thanksgiving. The Church in Cherokee, Alabama, by a now-deleted user. When I was 18 or 19, I decided to go to a church in Cherokee, Alabama with my once friend Joel and his family. We went in, and Joel and I were directed to the basement with all the people under 20 to do something. I forget exactly what it was, but maybe 5 to 7 minutes into being in that basement, I started getting the most blinding headache. I excused myself and went outside to get some fresh air. I waited for everyone to finish the activity, and we headed back to where Joel and his parents lived. The whole ride, this headache would not go away. I stayed at their house for about an hour or two, and the headache just kept getting worse and worse. I decided to try to drive home to Crooked Oak. As I was driving, the pain intensified, becoming almost truly blinding. Halfway home, on a dark road at night, I stopped at this tiny little backwoods church. The pain was so immense I couldn't focus on anything, and at this point, I was almost just wishing to be struck dead to escape it. I stumbled out of my Jeep and collapsed onto the first patch of grass I found, nearly passing out. After what felt like a long stretch of time, once the pain had finally subsided, I gathered myself and tried to get back to my Jeep. With my senses returning, I realized that I had been laying on someone's old grave. I didn't do it intentionally, but there I was. To this day, I refuse to go near that church. The House with the Old Man in the Basement by Abby Paintbrush. This happened when I was little, and I recently remembered it when talking to my parents this weekend about strange things we did as kids. They told me that this one still unsettles them to this day, and after talking about it, I have one or two vague memories of it. This story took place when my family and I still lived in a small neighborhood in Alabama. We had moved into a small house with a backyard that connected to a small forest. I believe I was 6 at the time, and my younger brother had just been born. My parents got the house for less than expected, and were excited to start a new life in this quiet neighborhood. The first night at the house, my parents said they heard scratching coming from somewhere in the house. My dad brushed it off, thinking it was an animal from the forest nearby, or maybe a mouse, and went back to sleep. But it continued for several nights. My dad eventually grew tired of it, so one night he decided to look and see what was causing the scratching noise. He found me kneeling at and scratching the door that led to the basement. He tried talking to me, but I just continued to scratch. My dad watched me for a minute before I stopped scratching, got up, and just walked back to my room. The next morning, he asked me why I was up that night. According to him, I didn't know what he was talking about. My parents took me to the doctor, who said that the most logical cause was that I was having night terrors, since it appeared to occur nightly. My parents accepted this explanation, for a while. The thing was, I would only have night terrors in that specific house. Whenever we would spend the night at my grandparents' house, or I would have a sleepover at my friend's house, I would never have night terrors. Then there came one instance that I somewhat remember. It happened when I was a little older, around 9 or 10. I remember waking up in the hallway near the basement door. I didn't remember getting up, and I was confused as to how I got there. I turned my head and saw what looked like an elderly man. He had a kind of yellowish glow to him and was staring right at me. I don't remember feeling threatened by him, though. I think I might have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I remember is waking up in the hallway again, but this time it was morning. After the night when I saw the old man, my parents said that my night terrors stopped. We moved out of that house several years later, when I was getting ready to go into 3rd grade. My parents brought up this story because they told me that recently, one of our old neighbors had done a little research on the house. What they found was that an old man had killed himself in the basement of that house years before my family had moved in. Our neighbor didn't tell them the full story about what led to that, but my parents believe that it might have been the old man that I saw that night. I'm 20 years old now and enrolled in college. Neither I nor my parents have been back to that house since we moved out. In a way, I kind of want to visit one last time to see if I can find out more about the old man. Either way, it was a really interesting and kind of creepy experience. The Unexplained Events Near the National Park by Ale Paranormal. This all started a few years ago, and to this day there's been no explanation for the strange occurrences that keep happening. I live in the southern United States, near a national park in Alabama, in a fairly rural area. So, at first, we thought it could just be some sort of wildlife. Something that was scaring us more than it should have. But after a lot of internal explanations and overthinking, we finally had to admit that we just couldn't explain what was happening. It began shortly after the death of my uncle, who had been fairly close to us. He was a veteran, and while in the Army he volunteered for shock treatments that changed his personality greatly, a procedure that took place during the Vietnam War while he was stationed in Germany. My grandmother was in the bathroom, and I was in my room just playing a game when, out of nowhere, the wall sounded like someone was beating on it, trying to get our attention. 3 loud knocks, and then silence. At first, we were concerned something had happened to our elderly neighbor, and we went outside to check, but there was nobody there. A few months later, we began hearing footsteps on the roof. At first, it was light and easily explainable, something like a cat walking across the roof. We'd seen this happen before and thought nothing of it, until the sound started getting heavier. Eventually, it sounded like something much heavier than me was sprinting across the roof every night, from one end of the house to the other. Things only got worse after that. We started finding dead animals on the property. Some of it could be explained as roadkill. There were a lot of problems with speeding drivers, and the lack of police presence in the area meant that many animals just didn't make it across the road. But there were other, stranger occurrences. If you're sensitive to things happening to animals, I might skip ahead if I were you. We found crows and ravens with broken necks lying in the backyard, occasional snakes, and once a deer that literally walked onto the property and just dropped dead. There were no visible wounds on the deer. Soon after that, we started hearing noises inside the house, scratching mainly. We put out rat traps and every kind of poison we could think of, but there were no signs of vermin. We would hear whispers at night, like someone was trying to talk to us. We checked for cracks in windows or door frames that could let the wind blow in and make strange noises, but everything seemed sealed tight. One night, one of my old friends, who was as skeptical as I was before all this started, came over to hang out. He was sitting in my living room, playing something on the PlayStation, when he thought he saw someone walk past the window. That wouldn't be so scary, except for the fact that my windows are nearly 10 feet off the ground. The area where he saw the figure wasn't near any stairs, and there's no reason that anyone should or could be there. A month later, he came over again. We were sitting and talking when he said he needed to use the bathroom. When he came back, he was pale and terrified. When I asked him what was wrong, he was evasive at first, but eventually, he admitted that while walking back from the bathroom, he saw someone staring at him from my room, smiling at him, and it had yellow eyes. He was so terrified he wouldn't stay past nightfall anymore, and he hasn't come around since. I don't know if what he saw was real, but his fear was undeniable, and that still scares me. There's one final story, the one that made me feel like I had to post this, but out of respect for those affected, I'll refrain from sharing details. However, with everything else going on, let's just say it was bad enough that I can't help but feel like the two incidents are connected. I've tried cleansing the house with sage, and we've placed a crucifix in every room, 3 near the front door. We even duct taped the back door shut and locked it to make sure nothing can get in. But still, things continue to happen, and we're left with no answers. The Governor's House by Cotton Candy Danny. I love haunted walks. I've been on at least 6 or 7 that immediately come to mind. I come from a long line of, let's say, paranormally sensitive women, so I've been experiencing the unexplained my entire life. Not constantly, but often enough that, hey, it happens. So when I go on a haunted walk, usually the people I'm with are watching me as much as they're watching the dark corners of the room to see if I'll react. Anyways, back to the story. A few years ago, I used to run a hotel. It was a vintage building that had been around since the 1800s, but I'm sad to report that nothing paranormal ever happened in the hotel. Despite its age and unique history, I checked every single room of that building every single day, completely alone, and I never saw any evidence of the paranormal at all. No guests ever reported anything weirder than the crappy AC not working, because the owner was too cheap to replace it. Once, we had a maid claim that the largest suite was haunted, and she refused to ever set foot back in there. But honestly, I think she just wanted to get permanently out of having to clean the biggest room we had. So I'm sorry to say it, but I have zero scary stories about the hotel. Anyway, the point is, I used to run a hotel, and as a hotel manager, I would often get free or discounted tickets to events and tourist attractions around the city. These tickets were meant to be used by myself and our front desk staff, so that if a guest ever asked, what fun activities in the city should I make sure to see during my stay, the staff could honestly recommend places that they had definitely been to and give them a genuine account of how they enjoyed their experience. One October, I received tickets to the haunted tour that always appeared during the first few weeks leading up to Halloween. My front desk manager and I were the only two who were brave enough to go. I had already been on several haunted walks across the country, and she had heard a few of my spooky life experiences, so she was very eager to come too. Plus, we had become best friends, so it was a great way to hang out together outside of work. I want to protect her privacy, so let's call her Anna. My husband, of course, came too, as he is always my sidekick during haunted walks. The tour we decided to take included a walking tour of haunted locations in town, and finished with an internal tour of the most famously haunted house in our city, possibly our country. I won't tell you the name of the house, but only to protect my privacy, I'll just call the house the Governor's House. The walking tour before the big event was, as always, awesome. Very interesting stories. But since we didn't actually go into any of the reportedly haunted houses, nothing truly exceptional happened. However, I do remember that I had a growing need to pee. At one point, I actually swallowed my pride and asked our tour guide if we'd be seeing a haunted coffee shop so I could pop in to use the washroom. But much to my horror, she told me, "Oh, sorry, no. But there's a bathroom in the governor's house and the plumbing still works, so you can use that. I don't think the caretakers will mind." With a blank stare on my face, I looked at her and hesitantly replied, "It's okay. I'll hold it." But by the time we got to the house, holding it wasn't an option. She gave us a brief history of the house and a retelling of the reported paranormal events. Apparently, the governor and his wife lived in the house. They ran the city, until one day an angry mob of townsfolk broke in, ransacked the place, and murdered them both. Since then, the caretakers who used to reside in the house have experienced a lot of unexplained noises, objects moving on their own, and worst of all, being violently shaken or slapped awake in the middle of the night, but then opening their eyes to see that no one is there. Needless to say, they no longer live in the house. Absolutely bursting with urgency, the first thing I did when we got into the house was lock myself in the first bathroom I saw. It was absolutely tiny, very dark, and definitely the last creepy place I wanted to be without my pants on. Not to my surprise, there was no lineup to use it. I said, "Okay, ghosts, just hold off for a few minutes, all right? Let me just have my privacy in here, and then you can do whatever you want to me after." I should really know better than to offer spirits a deal, but I was desperate, and I didn't want to spend the rest of my night with urine-soaked jeans on a cold October night in front of my staff. I had clear priorities. When I emerged from the bathroom, everyone on the tour looked at me like I was nuts for going in there alone. It seems each one of them would have gladly chosen to pee their pants. The guide gave us permission to walk around the house freely, as long as we were careful not to break or take anything. Anna was eager to have her first ever ghost encounter, so the first thing she did was make us go down into the basement. One of the stories the guide told us about was a rocking chair that was known to rock on its own, so Anna was determined to find it. And since nobody else was willing to go down to the basement, we had it completely to ourselves. Once we were downstairs, we saw 3 rooms. One was just a closet of mops and other cleaning supplies. To the left of it was an archway leading into a pitch-black room. I thought it strange that this was the only room in the house that didn't have its lights on. And to our immediate left, at the foot of the stairs, was a kitchen, which also had its own archway to the dark room. We decided to explore the kitchen first, since we could see clearly in there. I loved the vintage plates, but Anna was fixated on finding a ghost and made a dash, alone, straight into the dark room. I sighed and followed her. This room was so dark that as you entered it, you couldn't see your hand right in front of your face, which was weird because it was right next to the brightly lit kitchen through a large open doorway, but no light dripped in. You could turn around and see the kitchen, and you could see the faint streetlights through the window, but the actual room itself was pitch black. Not wanting to accidentally bump into and break any priceless antiques, I took out my camera and started to aimlessly snap photos to get the light from the flash. It actually didn't occur to me until this moment that I should have just used the flashlight app on my phone, but I guess during creepy moments, you're prone to making quick and odd decisions. Every time I snapped a photo, I got a blink into the room. It was a dining room, with a large wooden table dead center. But it wasn't the furniture that really caught my eye. It was footprints. It's hard for me to really explain it, but every time I took another photo, I could see large, bright blue footprints on the floor, 2 at a time, making their way around the table, coming closer. After about 4 or 5 photos, I was pretty sure that I saw what I saw, so I backed up, back into the kitchen, back into the light. My husband and Anna looked at me. I never noticed Anna pass me to go back into the kitchen. My face was pale, and they asked me what happened. All I said was, "I'll trick him," and I dashed to the other archway that led into the dark room from the hallway, expecting to snap a photo of the full body of the entity waiting for me near the kitchen. But I was so wrong. The only one about to be tricked was me, because when I took that picture and the camera flashed, all I could see was bright blue flashing right up into my eyes, only an inch from my face. He was right there, right in front of me. He was smarter than me, and he wanted to make sure that I knew it. I stumbled back and went straight up the stairs, just repeating, "I'm sorry, you win," over and over. Anna and my husband quickly followed. Despite the weird encounter seconds earlier, we still wanted to see the rest of the house, so after I had a chance to catch my breath and tell them what just happened, we made our way upstairs to the bedroom. Upstairs was uneventful. They were small bedrooms that were chained off to stop visitors from breaking anything. After that, we left and stood out under a streetlight out front of the house to recount our experience. While my husband and Anna chatted, I decided to take one last photo at the property, this time from the outside. I didn't notice it at first, but while we were in the house, every light in the house was on except for the dark room in the basement. But now, not 2 seconds later, looking into the house from the outside, it was reversed. Every light in the house was off, except for the dark room in the basement, where I could now clearly see a rocking chair on the other side of the dining room table by the window. Another strange thing that happened that night was that absolutely none of the photos I took in that house were actually on my camera. Not a single one saved. My husband had even worse luck, as he told me that the moment we walked into the house, his fully charged camera just completely dropped dead. A flat, empty battery the moment he crossed the threshold. But the most terrifying thing that I saw that night was that picture I took from outside the house, because if you look up to the second-story window in the master bedroom, there are 2 distinct bright yellow eyes floating in the darkness of the house, staring directly at us, down on the street below. When I showed this picture to my husband, he was so freaked out by it that he asked me to delete it immediately because he didn't want it in our house. Being sneaky, I remember saving it on Facebook before I deleted the photo from my phone so I could share it with my friends. But after Halloween that year, I haven't been able to find the photo since. It's completely vanished, and no one I know can find any of the copies that they saved of it either. The Ghost of the Cemetery by Harley Ripa. Let me start by saying that this is a true story that happened to me when I was about 13, and I'm 27 now. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. My dad used to be part of a small hunting club in Alabama, just a handful of guys he grew up with. Once a year, we would drive to the small town of Elba to camp for a few days and go hunting. There were a few different areas of land around the town that the club owned, and club members could hunt there. One of these pieces of land was nicknamed the cemetery because it had an old cemetery on it. Nothing really creepy about the cemetery itself. It was in the woods and had the graves of a slave owner and the graves of his slaves. And outside of it being what it is, nothing about the current land was all that creepy. In this area of land, there are 5 or 6 green fields. These are just cleared out patches with no trees, filled with grass, and each has a buck hut for hunting. A buck hut is a tree house that you sit in to wait for deer to walk out onto the green field. This particular evening, we were going to hunt on Greenfield 1, which was directly behind the old cemetery. The evening started off normally enough. My dad parked the truck, and we walked down the trail to the buck hut. We climbed up and began waiting and watching the woods. A little bit of time passed, and then my dad told me he was going to go for a short walk to see if he could spot any deer on the trail. Keep in mind, I was about 13 years old at the time. Not a big deal. I had hunted by myself before, and I wasn't afraid of being alone in the woods, especially since it was still light out. I said, "Okay," and he climbed down. It was just me, my .32 caliber Marlin rifle, and the grass field in front of me, and the dense woods around me. This is where things started to get strange. I sat there for what felt like an eternity. It was now nearly twilight, and my concern for my dad was growing. He still hadn't come back, and I started to worry that something had happened to him, or that maybe he had gotten lost. However, he was an experienced hunter, and if he was lost, he would have yelled or fired a shot. But the woods had been completely silent. I figured maybe he found a good spot and wanted to stay there during the twilight hours, since that's usually prime hunting time. So I focused my attention on the field in front of me, listening and waiting for a deer to appear as the light started to fade. Just then, across the field, I heard brush moving and cracking. The thought crossed my mind that it could be my dad, but I quickly ruled it out. It would have been incredibly dangerous and stupid for him to approach me that way. I raised my rifle, pulled back the hammer, aimed at the moving brush, and waited patiently for what I hoped would be a deer. But then something completely impossible happened. A girl floated out of the woods and onto the field. She was transparent white, wearing a long flowing dress with long white hair. She floated across the field from one side to the other and then just disappeared back into the woods. I watched her for a solid minute or two, completely frozen in disbelief. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I was petrified. At that point, I wanted my dad back more than anything. A short time passed, and now it was pitch black, and I was still alone. My concern for my dad turned into a full-blown panic, but I was too afraid to yell or go looking for him in the pitch-black woods, where I had literally just seen a ghost. I sat there for hours, terrified and alone in the darkness. Thankfully, he finally returned. He acted as if he hadn't been gone long at all. I asked him where he'd been, and he said he just took a short walk up the trail, turned around, and came back. But the timeline didn't make any sense. He had been gone for hours. It was completely unlike him to leave me alone for that long. He was adamant that he had only been gone for 15 to 30 minutes. We walked back down the trail to the truck, as I couldn't get out of there fast enough. The whole experience still confuses me to this day. Was the ghost I saw someone who was buried in that cemetery, or was it something else entirely? Did my dad go through some kind of time warp where time sped up? I don't know, but I never went hunting there again. And even now, I don't plan on ever going back. Paranormal Haunting in North Alabama by Granola Radio. When I was 13, I spent a summer alone in North Alabama, with my sisters at the Boys and Girls Club, and my parents working all day. My summer routine was simple: video games, junk food, and small chores. But soon, strange things began happening. The first oddity was when my mom came home angry, finding both of our dogs outside. Normally, I only let them out for short periods, but it seemed like they'd been outside for much longer, and I was sure that I hadn't let them out at all that day. This became a regular occurrence, but I was certain that I hadn't let the dogs out. It was shortly after that the noises began. The house had freshly installed hardwood floors, so I was familiar with the sounds they made when settling, especially when the air conditioner kicked on. Usually it was a couple of popping sounds, but one day, while I was binge playing old Nintendo games, I heard multiple footsteps walking down the hallway above me. I paused the game, thinking maybe my mom or stepdad had come home early. But when I checked, nobody was there. The sounds repeated, and I became more unsettled. I heard what sounded like a muffled conversation coming from somewhere. like trying to overhear a conversation from another room, but I couldn't make out the words. I thought it was just the wind outside, but when I checked, there was no one around. And it wasn't that windy. I told my mom about it, and she reacted differently than I expected. She said, "Oh, good, you hear it too." She explained that she'd been hearing it as well, but didn't want to tell my stepdad, who was very religious. This added to the unease I was already feeling, but things calmed down for a while. In 2010, things escalated. My twin sister and my girlfriend were hanging out and taking pictures in my sister's room, which was always cold, no matter what. My sister had been acting strange in that room for some time, her mood changing dramatically. As they were messing around with a digital camera, they took a picture of my girlfriend, and in the background, a smoky, veil-like presence was visible. Both of them swore they hadn't seen anything odd at the time, but the photo was undeniable. It freaked me out, but I never saved the photo, still regretting that decision. Then my mom told me about something even stranger. One evening, while working in the study, she heard footsteps coming from the kitchen. The steps stopped at the door, and she heard a voice whisper, "Ouch!" in her ear. I don't know what to make of it, but it added to the growing list of experiences that simply couldn't be explained. Then, in the summer of 2010, I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time. I knew about it from my mom, who had suffered from it. It wasn't terrifying at first, I just couldn't move. It passed after a few minutes. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain. One day, while I was alone again, my cup of orange juice tipped over for no reason. There was nothing on the desk that could have made it fall. It just did. Shortly after, a bird flew into my window and my light bulb exploded. It wasn't just a bad day. I couldn't ignore it anymore. A few days later, the second episode of sleep paralysis hit me. But this time, things took a darker turn. It was a Sunday morning, and I woke up feeling an intense heaviness. As I lay there, unable to move, I saw a shadowy figure standing in my doorway. It was tall, wearing a robe made of thick fur, and its hood was drawn low over its face. The room was freezing. I could see my own breath. As the figure stared at me, I tried to speak, but I couldn't. The figure stayed, and the room grew darker, then blood red. The figure disappeared into the darkness, but then 2 dark red eyes pierced the shadows, and I saw 2 numbers, 13 and 3. That's when I finally broke free from the paralysis and got up to go to church. That morning, I looked up Psalm 13:3, which reads, "Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death." It shook me to the core, and I still feel chills every time I remember it. Since that experience, I've had a few more minor encounters, but nothing has left me as disturbed as that shadow figure and the passage I read. Whatever it was, I have no explanation for it, and I've never been able to shake the feeling of something watching me. The scratching on the walls. I don't really know where to start with this. It's one of those things that I still think about often, even though it happened a few years ago. It's one of those stories you can't really explain, and every time I try to tell someone about it, it sounds too insane to believe. But I've got to get it out, so here it is. A few years ago, I decided to rent an old farmhouse out in rural New York. I was looking for something quiet to work on a project. No distractions, no noise. The house was perfect for that. It was secluded, way off in the woods, far from any town or neighbors. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just the perfect kind of isolation. When I first saw the place, it was a little worn down, but it had character. The price was right, so I took it. The first couple of nights weren't too bad. The house was older, obviously, so there were creaky floors, drafts, and odd noises that I just chalked up to the age of the house. I figured I'd get used to it. But on the third night, that's when things started to get weird. I woke up in the middle of the night with this feeling that something just wasn't right. It was like that feeling when you wake up and immediately know something's off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. I tried to shake it off and went back to sleep. But I woke up again a few hours later, this time to the sound of scratching. At first, I thought it was a mouse or something in the walls. The walls in this place were thick and old, so it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary. But then the scratching got louder, and it wasn't just the walls anymore. It started coming from the floorboards. It was almost rhythmic, like someone was pacing around underneath the house, or maybe something was stuck in the walls, clawing its way through. It wasn't the scurrying you would expect from a frantic animal. I was already freaked out, but I thought, all right, calm down, it's just a weird old house. So I got up and checked the place out. I walked around the whole house, checked every door, every window, nothing. No sign of anything that could explain the noise. The house felt unnervingly still, like it was holding its breath. I finally went back to bed, thinking maybe I was just hearing things. But when I closed my eyes, the nightmares started. I'm not somebody who normally remembers my dreams, but these were different. In the dreams, I was still in the house, but it wasn't the same. It was darker, colder, and there was this presence. Something that wasn't human, something older. It was watching me, moving closer, always in the shadows, never fully in sight. I woke up every time, drenched in sweat, heart racing, and that same gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. The second night was even worse. The scratching came back, and this time it was louder, more frantic. I felt like whatever it was getting closer. I kept trying to tell myself that it was just the house settling or animals I didn't know about, but my mind was racing. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of the thing from my nightmares, moving just out of sight. Its eyes dark and hollow, and glowing faintly. I don't know how to explain it. It was like something was clawing at my mind as much as it was at the walls of the house. On the third night, I decided to leave. I couldn't handle it anymore. I was exhausted, scared, and I just wanted to get out of there. But the moment I went to get up, I heard something that I will never forget. It wasn't the scratching this time. It was louder, deeper, a voice. It came from inside the walls. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like a growl, almost like something was trying to speak, but couldn't. It was distorted, guttural, like it wasn't meant to be heard by human ears. I froze, listening, my breath caught in my throat. The growling stopped, and then came the scratching again. But this time it was different. It was extremely frantic, like whatever was in there knew I was awake, and it didn't want me to leave. I grabbed my things, and I don't know how, but I managed to calm myself enough to get out of that house with all of my belongings. I don't remember much of the drive, but I do remember the feeling of the house being behind me, like it was pulling at me, calling me back. It wasn't just the scratching anymore. It was something worse, something that I couldn't shake. I never went back to that house. I don't even know if the next person who rented it had the same experiences. I can't explain what happened to me. I don't know what it was, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the nightmares didn't stop. For weeks after I left, I kept dreaming of that thing. I could feel it. Its presence lingered like a shadow. It was like it was always there, just waiting for me to turn around. Every time I went to sleep, I could hear that scratching. But this time it was in my dreams. The same growling, the same thing clawing at me from behind the walls. I've tried to tell people about it, but no one seems to understand. Maybe it was just stress. Maybe it was the isolation. Lots of maybes. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And there's no way that I am ever going back to that place. The Hospital Loop by Cognosman. I'm so glad I stumbled upon this subreddit, as I've always wanted to share this. In June 2007, I was at the hospital at 1 a.m. because my friend got his fingers caught in a taxi door, and one was visibly broken. The wait in the emergency room was long, and the vending machines didn't have any Coke. The receptionist told me that there was another machine in the next building that was always stocked because it's not as busy. The receptionist gave me the directions, and I exited the A&D department, walked down 2 long corridors, and an enclosed bridge that connected the 2 buildings. When I got to the end of the bridge and opened the double doors, I was back at the emergency room entrance, which was impossible because I would have had to double back on myself, and it was probably a 6-minute walk. I've never been able to explain this. Everyone I've told has said, "Oh, you were just drunk or tired." Tired? Maybe. But drunk? No. I was driving, and I was completely sober. I wish I would have found a way to get that CCTV footage. A Day Late for Judgment by Aquatic Sombrero. About 2 years ago, I had a dream where I and my friend, I'll call him John, were at an old abandoned barn, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. We were on the outside of the barn, just talking, when dusk started to settle in. So I told John that I had to be going, or I'd be late. I started down the path that led around the barn to wherever I knew I had to be going. I remember it just being a simple dirt path with a simple wooden fence running along the left-hand side of it, leading into a wood line about 100 to 200 yards away. As I turned the path around the barn, I looked up and noticed a humanoid figure in the middle of the path, about 20 yards away. Naturally, I was startled. So I turned to John. For some reason, he had been following me, and I hadn't questioned it, to ask if he saw it too. But he was gone. I turned back, and the figure stood still in the same spot. So for some reason, I continued along until I got about 5 to 10 feet from it, and was able to suddenly make out its features. The moment I looked upon the figure up close, I recognized it immediately as Death, or the Grim Reaper. but it was unlike any iteration I had ever seen or have seen since. It had your typical dark hooded robe, but its skull-like face shimmered like an emerald in sunlight, with 2 small red orbs in its eye sockets. The part that I remember disturbing me most was his friendly smile that stretched from ear to ear. His mouth and teeth were like a bottomless pit of darkness, and his teeth resembled that of a shark. The part that I think really caught me off guard was when he spoke. He had what I remember being a surprisingly normal voice, though it was actually fairly pleasant to listen to. His words are the main thing that still puzzle me, because I feel like there is some meaning in them. After making eye contact and smiling, he told me, "You're a day late for judgment." And that's when I woke up. It's the only dream in my entire life that I remembered that vividly when I woke up, and the only dream or thought that I've had that I've ever been compelled to write down. I still carry that page folded up in my wallet. Does anyone have any theories about what this might mean, if anything? I told my friend who was in the dream, and he thinks it's connected to the time when I was around 14 and nearly drowned in the reservoir, but was pulled out by my brother and came back. The last thing I remember from drowning was letting go, and a peace coming over me before I blacked out, and then nothingness before I awoke on the boat with my brother over me. My brother estimated I had been underwater for at least a few minutes before he had managed to get to me. Maybe I was supposed to have died then and didn't. Maybe that's why I am late for judgment. Whatever the reason, I am very interested to hear what anyone thinks. The Night I Watched Them, by Obnoxious Aardvark 59. It was the summer of 2016 when it all started. I was living in Clearwater, Florida, working part-time at a local bar while trying to get a freelance gig off the ground. I didn't expect my life to take a turn toward the strange, but here we are. It's been years, but I still feel like something's off. Something that hasn't left me, even though I haven't had a direct encounter since. It started one night, just like any other. I was at the bar, cleaning up, getting ready to head home after a long shift. Clearwater's not exactly known for being a hotspot for UFO sightings, but I remember staring out at the horizon over the water. It was a clear night, no clouds, the kind where you could see every star that the city lights would let you. Then I saw it. 3 lights moving in a perfect triangle, hanging way too high up in the sky. At first, I thought it was a plane or something, but they weren't blinking like one, and they weren't moving in a straight line. It wasn't like any plane I'd ever seen. They kind of danced around each other, shifting position, like they were in some kind of weird formation. It was like synchronized swimming in the sky. They were too bright. It was almost like they were reflecting off the ocean, but no light source was visible. I don't know what made me stay, but I couldn't look away. I stood there for what felt like hours, just watching these lights shifting and weaving around each other. It wasn't until they shot straight up, leaving no trace that they'd been there, that I snapped out of it. I immediately grabbed my phone to check if anyone else had seen it, and no one had. It was like I was the only one watching. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Something about it felt so real and wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like they'd been watching me too, not just floating out there in the sky. The next night, the dream started. I wasn't a big dreamer before. I mean, everyone dreams, right? But these dreams were different. They were like memories, but not memories, if that makes any sense. In one, I was standing in the middle of a desert. Couldn't tell you where exactly. There were these huge white lights hovering above me. I didn't feel scared. I felt calm, like they were somehow telling me that everything was all right. In another dream, I was strapped to a table. I couldn't see the people around me, but I could feel them. It was like they were studying me, poking at my thoughts. I kept waking up in a cold sweat, convinced that those dreams were not just dreams. They felt like something I had actually lived through, like they were real. The sensation of the lights hovering just out of reach stayed with me. It's a feeling that, honestly, I still can't shake. A few weeks went by. I stopped talking about the lights to anyone, mostly because I didn't want people to think I was crazy. But it didn't stop for me. The dreams kept coming. They kept getting clearer, almost like I was reliving them. And then it happened again. One night, I was out on my balcony smoking a cigarette when I saw the lights again. This time they were closer. 3 lights in a perfect triangle, but they were low, almost at treetop level. I could see the shape of something massive, hovering just above the water, casting a shadow across the bay. It felt like I was being pulled toward it. Before I could even think, the lights blinked out, leaving me in complete darkness. I remember feeling this pull, like something had to be done, but I didn't know what. I dropped the cigarette and went back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake off the feeling, but I couldn't. The next day, I was walking to work when I noticed something that absolutely made my skin crawl. There were 2 guys in black suits standing across the street from my building. They were just standing there, not talking, not looking at anyone, just staring straight ahead. One had dark hair and the other was bald. They didn't even look like they belonged in Clearwater. Everyone here is pretty laid back, but not these guys. Everything about them screamed out of place. For the next couple of days, they were there, standing across the street. I knew they were watching me. I tried to ignore them, but it was hard. They were always in my line of sight. If I crossed the street, they would move, always staying within my peripheral vision. If I walked into a store, they would stand outside, just waiting. I don't really remember how long it went on. Feels like maybe it was a couple of weeks, but to me it felt like an eternity. They never said anything to me. They didn't even approach me, and yet somehow I got the message. We know that you know, and you'd better not tell. I can't tell you why I know that. I mean, I've heard stories about men in black, but come on, I didn't think they were real. Until then. I tried to convince myself it was all a coincidence. Maybe they were just 2 weirdos passing through town, right? But I knew that wasn't the case. Eventually, I left Clearwater. I packed up, quit my job, and moved north. The whole experience, those lights, the dreams, the men in black, had left me rattled. It was like everything I had ever known was turned upside down, and I just couldn't go back. I tried to put it out of my mind, get back to normal, but it never really worked. It's been years now. I've lived in different places, had different jobs, even moved country once, but every once in a while I get that nagging feeling, like I'm being watched. I'll be standing in line at a grocery store, or sitting in a crowded coffee shop, and out of nowhere, I'll feel it. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My eyes dart to the corners of the room, expecting to see them. But they're never there. The dreams still come, but not as often. I'll wake up drenched in sweat, remembering that feeling of something hovering over me, something other. It's like a scar on my brain, something I can't get rid of no matter how hard I try. And the worst part, Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see those lights, bright and hovering just above the water in Clearwater. And I know, deep down, that at some point they'll be back. Maybe not tonight, maybe not next year, but they're coming. I just know it in my soul somehow that I've been marked. Maybe one day they'll come for me again. I don't know if this is some kind of paranoia or if it's real, but all I know is that whatever happened back in Clearwater, it changed me, and I will never, ever feel the same. The Attic Voices by Lil Malls. So this happened around 7 years ago in 2012 or 2013. I started high school, and the school I attended was in a different city than my hometown, so I stayed in the school's dorm. The place was on the outskirts of the city. It was a 10-hectare private area with 2 school buildings, 2 separated PE buildings, a study hall, a kitchen cafeteria area, and the dorm. It was customary for freshmen to stay in the big bedrooms, the ones that could host up to 12 people. In the room I was staying in, there were only 7 girls, including me, throughout the whole year. 7 is considered an unlucky number in my country, similar to 13 elsewhere. And throughout the school year, we experienced weird happenings. Every month, we gathered a handful of screws that weren't missing from anywhere. We found weird candy wrappers, old-style ones, that no one had in the room. Once, 3 of us had to go home during the week because all 3 of us had some sort of accident. One time, our lock broke down, locking out half the group and trapping the other half inside. The room was separated into 3 sections, and all 3 had double windows. One time, the middle inside window broke during the day, along with a ton of other small things. We usually joked about them, and even though we were all a bit uneasy because of these happenings, we generally shrugged them off. Then the scariest thing happened. On March 13th, I remember it vividly, because we had a national holiday on the 15th, and it meant a long weekend. One of my roommates was a sleep talker, and she usually fell asleep before everyone else. We had a habit of making fun of her a bit because it was always gibberish. Well, not that night. She fell asleep pretty early and talked about her boyfriend in her sleep. We silently laughed at her, and after a while the others went to bed. 3 other girls and I were sleeping at the last section, far from the door. We pushed together 3 beds and slept cuddled up like a sleepover most of the night. I was sleeping on one end of the beds, and the sleep talker girl, Henriette, was on the other end. There were 2 girls between us, Yvette and Ada. I almost fell asleep when Ada let out a small scream next to me. I quickly sat up and saw that Henny was pulling Yvette's ponytail and choking her. We quickly got her hands off Yvette and cuddled up on my bed, trying to stay away from her while calling her name, hoping she'd wake up, but she didn't. Then she started to talk about the people who were locked up in the attic and how they were now free and they were nearing us. She said those people would kill us all. By that time, everyone in the room was freaking out. The girls in the front kept telling her to cut it out, and we in the back literally feared for our lives. At one point, I started quietly praying. I'm not a religious person anymore, but back then I was, while hugging the 2 sobbing girls. I didn't even get 2 lines in when Henny said in a menacing voice, "Don't pray. That won't help you." One of the girls in the front screamed and turned the light on. It took us a good 5 minutes to wake up Henny, and when she woke up, she seemed terrified and started crying, asking us what had happened. I left that school at the end of the school year, but that night still haunts me. It knocked, but not on the door. I've been camping solo since my 20s. Started doing it after my divorce. Something about the quiet helped me think. Still does. Over the years, I've gotten used to the usual weirdness. Coyotes howling at 3 a.m., raccoons trying to steal trail mix. Once even had a bear sniff around my tent near Yellowstone. But I've never been scared off. Except once. This was about 5 years ago in Arizona, high desert, out near Apache Sitgrace, not the Red Rock side of the state, but farther north, where it's colder and the trees get tall and strange. It was supposed to be a weekend of stargazing and quiet. I got both, just not in the way I expected. I set up camp near a clearing off an old forest road, a little too remote for most RVers, which is why I liked it. I had the place to myself. The first night was perfect. Cold but not freezing, clear skies, no wind. I made some soup, sat under the stars, and turned in around 10. Nothing unusual. Until about 2:45 in the morning. After the first sound, I sat up. Not an animal, not a branch falling, it was a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, but not on the door. The camper I use is one of those little teardrop-style trailers, just enough room for a bed and a couple of shelves. The outside walls are metal, aluminum, I think, and sound travels through them easily. These knocks weren't at arm height. They came from near the top of the trailer, above the door, near the roofline. 3 knocks, space between them, almost like a rhythm. Then nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no animal noises. Just dead silence. At first I stayed still. My first thought was a bear, but a bear doesn't knock. A bear scratches or bumps or huffs, but to my knowledge, definitely doesn't knock. The silence was worse than the noise. You know how you can feel when something is watching you? It was like that, only heavier. After about 10 minutes, I worked up the nerve to peek through the tiny window by the door. Nothing. Pitch black, except for the clearing, which was empty. I opened the window and listened, but couldn't hear anything. Even the bugs and the birds seemed quiet. Then came the second set of knocks, but this time from the other side of the camper. Still high up, still slow, almost curious. I whispered out loud, just a, "Hello?" and immediately regretted it. Because right after I said it, something tapped back. Not 3 knocks this time, just one, like acknowledgement. I sat up in bed and turned on my lantern, pulled on my boots and slid my hunting knife from under the mattress, just in case. I didn't want to open the door, but I couldn't just sit there. So I waited. I stayed awake until the sky started to turn pale, and the second the sun was up, I threw open the door and stepped outside. There was nothing there. No prints, no scratch marks, just that heavy quiet starting to lift like fog. I walked the perimeter. Nothing there. For a moment, I thought maybe I had imagined it, and then I looked up, and my stomach dropped. Right above the trailer, near the curve of the roof, there were 3 greasy-looking smudges, like fingerprints, huge ones, far apart, each one the size of a large orange, maybe bigger. Too high for a person to reach unless they had a ladder, and I didn't have one, and I was alone. The metal was cold to the touch. No dew, no frost, just those marks. I took a picture, deleted it a week later, I don't know why. That afternoon, I packed up and left early. I've never done that before. Cut a trip short, but I couldn't stay. Something about that place just felt watched. And ever since, I've noticed something really odd. On very quiet nights, even back home in Flagstaff, I'll sometimes hear a single knock, high up, never on a door, always near the roof. Just once. Just enough to remind me. The New Mexico Incident by Suspicious Koala 92. It was a week-long road trip across the Southwest, just me and my dog Rufus. I had this thing for long drives with no real destination, no clear plans, just me, the open road, and whatever I could find along the way. I started in Arizona, making my way up to New Mexico, hitting up places like Albuquerque and Santa Fe. The wide skies, the desert, there's something about that empty space that feels like it just opens your mind up, you know? Anyway, I ended up outside of Roswell, on a 2-lane road, somewhere far from the main highway at dusk. I had been driving for hours, just chasing the fading sun, the sky turning purple and then dark blue when I saw the lights. Not headlights from a car, not the glow of a city in the distance, but something else. Bright white lights that seemed to pulse, almost like they were breathing. At first, I thought it was just a farmhouse or a construction site, but there was nothing around for miles, just sand and scrub. It was too quiet. I pulled over, thinking it was some odd sort of setup. Maybe a hidden area for solar panels or something. But as I got out, Rufus, who's usually pretty chill with everything, started growling. Not a bark or anything, just this low, rumbling growl from deep in his chest. It was protective. His hair was standing on end, and he was staring out into the desert like he was watching something move. It was unsettling, to say the least. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but curiosity is a hell of a thing, so I started walking toward the lights. The closer I got, the stranger it became. The lights didn't look like they were coming from any sort of structure. They were just suspended in the air, at least 20 feet off the ground, hovering, almost like they were anchored to nothing. There wasn't any kind of vehicle or anything to explain it, and no wind, no sound. Just the lights. The closer I got, the more my head seemed to ache, like a pressure building behind my eyes. I must have been closer than I realized, because that's when the change hit. I started hearing something in my mind. It wasn't a voice per se, more like a thought that wasn't mine but was still familiar, like someone was standing right next to me, whispering into my ear but not actually speaking. It wasn't English, and yet somehow it was crystal clear to me, like the feeling of being understood but without words. It was calm, but also wrong. It made my skin crawl. The thought I got was simple. like a download. Stay calm. We're not here to harm. I stopped dead in my tracks. My pulse was thundering in my ears. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Somehow, I knew that wasn't an option. It was like I couldn't pull my feet off the ground. Rufus was behind me now, whining, but when I turned to look at him, he was frozen, staring up at the lights like he was in a trance. And that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just some weird trick of the lights. But then, it stepped out of the shadows. I couldn't see its face at first. It was too dark, too shadowed. But I could see the outline. It was tall and thin with these super long limbs and an almost liquid way of moving. The way it glided made my stomach turn. It didn't seem to touch the ground, not in the way that a human or animal does. It just shifted. And then I heard it again. That thought. We are not what you think we are. It was stronger this time, clearer. The message felt like it was inside my head, like the edges of my thoughts were being erased and rewritten. I don't know how long I stood there, watching it. The thing didn't move, it just was there, existing. It didn't seem to have eyes, at least not in the way that I understood eyes, but I could feel its focus on me, on us, me and Rufus. At that point, I tried to turn back. Something in my gut told me I needed to get out of there, but when I tried to move, I couldn't. It was like something was holding me in place. I remember struggling to take a step, but it was like my legs were superglued to the ground. The air seemed really thick, too, like it was pressing down on my chest. Panic set in, but then, just like that, the pressure lifted, and my body moved again, but this time it was like the opposite, almost like it was against my will that I was moving. I wasn't walking, not really. Sure, I was moving, but I wasn't controlling it. I was being drawn closer to it, closer to that thing in the desert. My thoughts went blank. I tried to scream for help, but nothing came out. Not a sound. It was like my voice was just being swallowed by the night. And who was around to hear it anyway? The next thing I remember is sitting in my truck with the headlights on. I was gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles were white. It took me a minute to realize what had happened. The lights were gone. The presence was gone. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard, and that's when it hit me. Nearly 2 hours had passed since I first spotted the lights. But I hadn't gone anywhere. The truck hadn't moved an inch from where I'd parked it. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten back to it. The only thing that was clear was the sensation of lost time, like someone had hit the reset button on those 2 hours. I checked my phone. Nothing. No messages, no notifications. Just that eerie quiet that somehow seemed really off. My stomach churned, and that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I drove for a while after that. I didn't stop until I hit a small diner in town, where I just sat there for a good half hour, staring at the mug of coffee they gave me. The waitress kept looking at me like I was out of my mind. Hell, maybe I was. But I'll tell you what, every night since then, the lights keep appearing, usually just before the sky gets fully dark. Sometimes in the distance, other times right up close, just out of the corner of my eye. They blink and pulse and flicker in and out like they're waiting for something. I've tried to tell myself it's just headlights from a passing car or some military test. But deep down, I know better. I tried to go back, once, but I couldn't. Something stopped me. I can't explain it. It's like that spot in the desert has become untouchable, like it's forbidden. Rufus slept for much of the time after that incident, but he's okay. But he still gets nervous whenever we drive that way. He refuses to look out the window when we pass the area, even though passing the area means pretty far away from it, but near it. Like I said, I can't really go there. And if I make a wrong turn that leads us even a little bit toward that place, he starts shaking and howling, no matter how calm I try to be. Sometimes I wonder if I was just losing my mind out there. But then I remember the look in Rufus's eyes, how terrified he was, how he seemed to know something was off before I did. I can still feel that cold pressure in my chest when I think about it, like something's still waiting, just beyond the horizon. I'm not sure what happened to us out there, but I do know one thing. I'll never forget that night. The lights, the thing that wasn't human. And maybe I'll just stay away from New Mexico for a while. You know, just in case. The Belchertown State School Haunting by Delbert Grady, 1921. I'd like to share an experience that I've had at a particular place. This is a true story. I'm curious if anyone here has also been here before it was demolished and has had similar experiences to me. To start, I visited the abandoned Belchertown State School in Massachusetts twice. Once in the summer of 2015, and another time in the winter of 2016. I was with one friend the first time, and two the second time. For privacy's sake, I'll call my first friend M and the second J. It was the first major abandoned complex I'd ever been in. Initial impressions of the campus were exceedingly creepy, and the physical state of the building was visually disturbing. That was to be expected. But then, things got weird. I'm not someone who inherently leans toward paranormal explanations, and I consider myself to be a person of sound logic. But there were feelings associated with Belchertown that have forever stuck with me and my friends. Things that have certainly affected my life in the last few years. The first of which occurred in a dormitory, the first building I went into with M in 2015. The door was open, so we trekked through the brush and made our way into the building. Inside was pitch dark, even in the middle of the afternoon. As soon as we stepped in, we heard the flutter of dozens of bats above us, which was quite a frightening experience at the time. At one point, I was standing in front of the main doorway taking photos, and M told me he saw something walk in front of it from the outside, intercepting the sunlight. Naturally, I assumed this was an animal, albeit completely silent. That is until M told me that it looked like the black silhouette of a person walking swiftly right in front of the entrance. I figured he was being paranoid, but needless to say, we left that building pretty fast. The next instance happened in what I'm going to call the epicenter. Something was wrong with the whole campus, but something was very seriously wrong with the auditorium building, specifically the basement. We approached it from the side, walking up to a kicked-out basement window. I attempted to take some photos on my phone of the exterior window. Every photo I took, pointing in this direction, showed up in my camera roll as a completely black image. No information, just black. This happened several times. At this same point, M, who was using an early 1990s Canon SLR film camera, was not able to take a photo. His focus hunted and didn't work, even on manual, and then the camera refused to shutter. Now we were getting a little spooked. Suddenly, a freezer-level burst of cold air came rushing out of the building, and the hair on our bodies stood up. We left the area because the feeling was so uncomfortable. Later, we ended up in that very basement of the auditorium. But it wasn't until our second trip that things started to get more disturbing. I was in that basement with M and Jay when Jay walked into a pitch-dark basketball court with his flashlight and froze in his tracks. He was talking at the time and stopped his sentence short, then slowly backed out of the room and would not tell us what was the matter. We brushed it off, but it wouldn't be until later when he finally told us what happened. He explained that he believed he saw a black figure crouching in the far corner of the basketball court up on these decaying wooden walkways. He said the figure stood upright, then stretched into the darkness faster than a person could, as though it stood up and stretched into the black at the same time. Anyway, we spent some more time in that basement before we truly got the feeling. The terrible, terrible feeling. It was a feeling that something was there. I'm always afraid to say this part due to people judging my credibility, but I am sure it was not human. We all are. I say this in the sense that we all had the feeling that we were being watched, or rather, hunted, by something that was very evil. You couldn't see it or hear it, but you could feel it, like a weight that wanted to drive you insane. Now, I know a lot of terrible things happened at Belchertown, and I've been to a lot of creepy places since, but this place takes the cake. As the sun began to set that day, we all felt that feeling amplify. It embodied the whole campus, and it felt very hostile. Driving back that day was the first time I realized the feeling was back, that it had, in some way, shape, or form, followed me. In the weeks following, I'd experienced the feeling on and off. In the months following, I'd go through one of the hardest periods of my life. Whether or not it was related to that place, I can't say for sure. But at times, it felt as though I was barely holding on to my sanity, just like whatever was in that basement wanted for me. My friends all reported similar emotional problems around this time. We later decided to unofficially establish that there was a disturbance from that place which had followed us all in different ways. Over the next few years, we would meet others who engaged in urban exploration, and some who had also been to Belchertown. They all confirmed the same thing. Something was wrong with that auditorium basement. Anyway, if anyone on here has similar experiences from this place, I'd love to hear them. As of 2019, Belchertown has been almost entirely demolished. If I had to say so myself, it's for the better. The Shadow Man at the Mall by a now deleted user. Years ago, I worked at a mall. I was assigned the evening shift, so there wasn't much action. I would usually come into work, read a book, or call some of my old friends to see how they were doing. The fun of this job all changed eventually. One evening, my manager decided to come in and keep me company. My manager and I developed a close friendship. I was leaning against the counter talking to her, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a black shadow man dash right by me, heading to the back of the store. The back of the store is locked, so nobody could enter or exit through that way. I asked my manager if she saw it, and she did not. I searched the whole store to find nobody, and nothing weird. I just thought that my mind was playing tricks on me. Another night, I was working by myself when I heard a loud bang. The store I worked in was one of those mystery room games where people would solve clues to break out, like an escape room. One of the themes of the room was special ops, so the loud bang was from a military helmet prop. I realized that some things may fall, but this object was secured tightly on a shelf. And military helmets are not the lightest of objects. Another night when I was working alone, I was reading a book by my favorite author, Stephen King. I believe the book was It. Very faintly, I heard my name called. Again, I looked all throughout the store and nobody was in there. I just thought maybe I was a crazy person. About an hour later, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and the hand exerted some force. This freaked me out. I closed the store about an hour early and went home. All the activity got quiet for a few months, and I started working the morning shifts. My manager asked me to come in early so I could reset some of the rooms from the previous night. About 30 minutes into my shift, I got a phone call from a strange but normal number. I picked up the phone, and all I heard was static for a while. Very faintly, I could hear a man talking. Then, all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a robot say my name and hang up. I legitimately thought I was losing my mind. On my last day of work before leaving for university, I was saying goodbye to my coworker. She just casually mentions how it's so nice that I get to leave this spooky place. I felt relieved because she shared similar stories to mine. About a year after I quit, somebody on a forum page asked if anybody had experiences at this particular mall. I told them the same stories that I just told you. The Shadow on Hogback Ridge by Silent Wolf 27. I don't know what it is about the backwoods of the Appalachians, but something about them just pulls you right in. Maybe it's the history, maybe it's the isolation, or maybe it's the feeling that you're stepping into a place where old things, dark things, still linger. I'm from Kentucky, but I've always had this thing for exploring the woods around the states. So last summer, my cousin and I, my cousin's name is Evan, decided to head up to the backwoods of West Virginia for a weekend hike. We'd been camping in the mountains before, but we wanted to try something a little more rugged, away from the more touristy spots. We found this place called Hogback Ridge somewhere north of Charleston. It was remote, quiet, and really beautiful. We loaded up our gear, drove out, and started our hike early in the morning. The weather was hot, humid, and sticky. Just the kind of heat that makes you feel like you're walking through a swamp. But we figured that we would just power through it. The trail wasn't well marked, which suited us just fine. We were in search of something a little off the beaten path, something to make the trip worthwhile. After a few hours of hiking, we came across an old shack that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. There were weeds growing around it, and the roof had caved in on one side. There wasn't any sign of life, but I swear I felt like something was watching us as we poked around. The air felt heavier there, like it had its own presence, but we didn't really think a lot of it. Old cabins, old mountain folklore, nothing new. The weird part came when we heard the dogs. At first, I thought it was just some strays, maybe from a nearby farm barking in the distance. But the sound didn't really seem to move. It just stayed in one spot, loud and aggressive, like they were trying to get at something, or someone. It was this low, growling bark, but I couldn't make out exactly where it was coming from. Evan didn't hear it at first, but after a minute he looked up. "You hear that?" he asked, squinting into the trees. I nodded. Yeah, sounds like dogs, but it's too quiet. We both fell silent, listening for any sign of movement. The woods around us were too still. It was like everything had just paused. The usual rustling of leaves and birds was all gone. And then, just like that, the barking stopped on a dime. And that's when we heard the voice. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. It sounded like it came from the other side of the ridge, just barely audible, but I swear I heard it clear as day. Don't come any closer. I didn't think it was anyone playing a trick. It was too unnatural, too hollow. Evan grabbed my arm. Did you hear that? I nodded slowly, trying to process what I had just heard. And we should go. Now. He nodded. We started to back away, but the ground was steep and the trail was narrow. It was the kind of place that felt like it could just swallow you whole if you weren't paying attention. As we made our way back to the main path, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger, and I just couldn't shake that sense that something was following us, staying just out of sight. We made it back to the trailhead just as the sun started to set. The shadows in the trees were long, and I swear something moved in the corner of my eye. Something big, but just out of reach. When we got back to the car, Evan looked at me with a look that I'll never forget. What the hell was that? Some kind of person, or... I didn't know how to answer. But as we drove away, something kept gnawing at me. I remember looking out the rearview mirror, and for just a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching us leave, or making sure that we left. I've heard stories about the backwoods of West Virginia. People talk about the shadows of the ridge, a legend that's been passed down through generations. Supposedly, there's a group of people, or some say something else entirely, that roam the mountains, keeping to themselves and staying hidden. But they say that if you stray too far into the woods, you might find yourself lost. Permanently. It's not just the wild animals or the terrain you need to worry about. It's something older. Something that was never meant to be found. Some folks believe it's just a tale to scare outsiders, to keep the curious from venturing too deep. Others say it's the spirits of old settlers, or maybe even something darker. I don't know, but I do know this. After that night, I haven't set foot in Hogback Ridge since, and I don't plan to. I don't know for sure what was out there, but I'll be damned if I ever go back to find out. The Appalachian Backpacking Experience by Delteco22. I wasn't sure where to post this, but I needed the validation that I'm not insane. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I cannot explain this. I'm in college, and me and 7 other people from my school went on a backpacking trip with 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold with everything still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people as well. Some of them were friendly older couples, and there were 2 college-aged girls. Everyone was pretty spread out, and we set up camp farther away from everyone else. I have always been able to sense the energy of places, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual 1-person tents, and we formed a kind of cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back, so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest, because this backpacking site was like a big cleared-off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m., and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't have been from a deer or a dog, and also it sounded like just 2 legs. I cannot make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent, and then just stopping. Then, after a while, it would move on to walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear almost human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a light sort of heaving breath. I was shaking and too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for hours, and it seemed like I was the only one awake. Out of nowhere, I saw an illuminated light shape from my tent. Although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent, because it was all zipped up, it was like a warm glow, and it didn't move like a flashlight would. I was paralyzed with fear. I simply couldn't believe that it was an animal. At some point, I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion. Maybe I passed out, I don't really know. But I could still hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she had heard the footsteps and noises as well, admitting that it was bizarre, and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said that he also noticed that light that came on, but he thought it was someone else. Not a single person in the group ever got up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night. I've heard some things about the Appalachian region being creepy and bizarre, and now I believe it. Some people that I've told this story to have leaned toward Bigfoot, because apparently he's also associated with light orbs. I've never been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, this didn't feel like just any animal. The stairs go down forever. This happened back in 2016, in a small town called Watkinsville, Georgia. I was in my mid-20s, freshly laid off, and helping my cousin Daniel clean out this old house that his wife had inherited from her grandmother. They were planning to sell it, but the place hadn't been lived in for almost a decade. It was a weird house. Not in the, oh, it creaks at night kind of way. I mean, that place felt off the second we stepped inside. The air was heavy. You know, if you walk in on a couple or something and you can tell they've been fighting, that kind of tension in the air? Well, that's how it felt from the second we walked in the door. Anyway, we were there for like a week total. During the day, we'd haul out furniture, box up knickknacks, and clean what we could. The house was a 2-story Victorian style with that southern wraparound porch and a full basement underneath. And I mean full. That basement ran the entire length of the house. It had old brick walls, wooden shelves built into the stone, even a workbench like someone had once done carpentry down there. The first couple of days were pretty uneventful, other than that oppressive feeling that never really went away. I kept brushing it off. Old house, mildew, whatever. But Daniel said something on the 3rd day that kind of stuck with me. He was scrubbing the kitchen floor when he suddenly stopped and said, "You ever feel like you're being watched, but not by a person?" We both laughed it off, but that was the start of it. That night, we stayed late to finish hauling out some junk from the basement. He was upstairs working in the bedrooms, and I was down there alone, There's this heavy wooden staircase that leads down, and it creaked like hell. The light switch was at the top, so you had to flip it on before descending. At least if you didn't want to break your neck. I very clearly remember turning that light on. I mean, what kind of psychopath wouldn't turn the light on? I went down, started pulling boxes off the shelves. There was this old trunk that I wanted to check. I knelt to open it. And that's when I heard the footsteps above me. It wasn't like someone just walking around, though. They were slow, steady, and heavy. It was almost like a guard wearing really heavy boots was very slowly pacing outside of a jail cell. I figured it was Daniel, but then I remembered that he was on the far side of the house, not above me. Then the lights went off. I mean, total blackness. I froze. My flashlight was in the backpack, which I had left near the trunk. But when I reached for it, it wasn't there. Not just the flashlight, I mean the whole backpack was gone. I stood up fast and hit my head on a low beam. I swore under my breath. And then I heard a noise on the stairs. Creak, 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 coming down. I didn't breathe. I didn't even move. I backed into a corner and I just stood there. You know how sometimes your ears kind of ring when it's too quiet? That was happening. Except underneath that, I heard whispering. It was like dozens of people mumbling all at once. Then the lights flipped back on. But the stairs were empty. No one there. And I had never heard any steps going back up. I called up to Daniel, trying to sound normal, but my voice cracked. He yelled back from upstairs, kind of annoyed, asking what I wanted. Hey, did you come down here? No, he shouted back. He hadn't come down. No one had. When I looked around, my backpack was right back where I'd left it. I didn't say anything about it. I just went back upstairs and didn't go back into the basement that night. The next day we kept working. Daniel finally asked if anything had happened and apologized for being kind of curt with me. I hadn't really thought much of it. It had been a really long day. We were both tired. You know. But I told him, no. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. He looked pale, and then he said, you know something's wrong with the stairs. Apparently that morning, he'd gone down for a box of tools. He had counted 14 steps. But he swore that there were only 10 when we moved in. So we checked together. 10 going down, 14 going up. We thought we were just tired, or maybe it was some kind of, I don't know, optical illusion with the brickwork, but it kept bothering us. Every time we used the stairs, the count changed slightly. Sometimes 11, sometimes 12, never the same both ways. Also, just to explain as an aside in case you're wondering why anyone would count steps in the first place, Daniel was really afraid of basements growing up. So, one of his grandparents or parents, I can't remember the whole story now, told him that he should count the steps down and up as a way to kind of calm himself. On the way down, just 3, 2, 1 more step until he got to whatever he had to do, and then he could count them coming back up. So, I don't know if it ever helped him or not, but he did sort of develop this habit. So to this day, kind of without meaning to, he still always counts steps. So that's the backstory for that. Anyway, 2 days later, Daniel left early. His kid was sick or something, and I stayed behind to finish sweeping the downstairs. I made the mistake of checking the basement again. I turned the light on and started down. But this time, the stairs didn't stop. I mean, I was counting. 1, 2, 3, 10, 12, 15. I looked up, and the top was way above me, like it had pulled away. I looked down, and the stairs just kept descending into the darkness. I started calling out for Daniel, forgetting that he wasn't there. The light overhead was still on, but it wasn't reaching very far. I turned toward where the bottom of the stairs should have been a long time ago and thought for a second. No, this was not right. I needed to get out of here. I turned around to go back up, and I found a wall. No stairs, no exit, just brick. I freaked out and bolted down, thinking maybe there was another way out. But the more I ran, the darker it got. The walls got tighter, and it started to smell like rotting meat and wet wood. And then I heard it again. The footsteps behind me. They were heavy, deliberate, getting faster. I stopped running and backed against the wall. I couldn't see anything, but I felt something pass by me, ice cold, and it dragged what sounded like chains or tools behind it. Then the whispering started again, this time louder. It was layered and unintelligible, but it felt angry, like I'd walked into something sacred and really pissed it off, and they were deciding what to do with me. I'm not really sure what happened next. I must have passed out or disassociated or something, because I came to lying on the floor in the basement, the real basement, next to that trunk again, with the light on, the backpack next to me. No footsteps or whispers. I ran out of there and I didn't go back for 2 days. When I finally did, it was because Daniel called and said we really needed to finish. I told him I'd come back on one condition, that I would only work upstairs. He didn't ask why. Probably because he had his own stories. He told me while I was gone, he went into the basement alone, and he heard someone crying down there. A woman. He followed the sound until it stopped. And then something laughed into his ear. He said it was deep, not human, like not even trying to sound human. He didn't go back down after that either. We finished the house and it sold a couple of months later. New owners from out of state. I don't know if anything's happened to them. Sometimes I think about finding that address again and just asking. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. Because sometimes, when my house is quiet and the air gets heavy, I still have flashbacks to that stupid wall where the entry should have been, and those whispers. And I live in a 1-story house. Something waited in the sky. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've never told anyone besides my girlfriend. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't sleep deprived. I didn't want it to happen. I was on a work trip of all things, about as far from open to a paranormal experience as you can be. So I'm a field supervisor for an industrial services company. Basically, we do inspections and environmental consulting for construction and mining sites. Nothing glamorous, lots of driving. We had a contract out near Globe, Arizona, southeast of Phoenix. and I was out there for a week running soil compaction tests and monitoring some subcontractor work. My company booked me this weird little rental house in Miami, Arizona. Not that Miami. This one's an old copper mining town just down the road from Globe. It was cheap and had a kitchen, which beat a motel for the same rate. I was the only guy from my crew out there at the time, so I was solo the whole week. Honestly, it was kind of nice for the first few days. Quiet, good view of the mountains, stars for miles. Anyway, this was in late October. Weather was decent, maybe low 60s at night. I had worked a full day and gotten back to the house at about 6 p.m., made some sad microwave dinner, and watched a little TV on my laptop. Nothing special. But around 10:30, I realized that I'd left a piece of test equipment in my truck. It was one of those sensitive humidity sensors that can't be left in the heat or cold too long, and I didn't want it sitting outside all night. So I head out the front door, which opened right to the gravel driveway. The truck was maybe 10 feet from the porch. I stepped out, grabbed the sensor case from the back seat, and when I closed the truck door, everything felt wrong. It was like I had flipped a switch. The air had this charge to it, like the moment right before lightning hits. Not windy, not cold, but charged. I stood still for a second, holding the case, and just listened. No bugs, no coyotes, no cars, just nothing. And then the light hit. It came from above, directly above, and it wasn't like a flashlight or a street lamp. It was a perfect circle of white-blue light, maybe 20 feet across, completely silent. No flicker, no beam, just there, like someone had flipped on a light switch. It lit up the entire driveway and the roof of the house like it was noon. I looked up and I could barely see the source. Just a shape, round, matte black, no lights or seams or structure. It was maybe 50 or 60 feet up. Close. Way too close. And the thing is, there was no sound. There was no engine or rotor wash or hum, nothing like that. My first thought, weirdly, was drone, but nothing that size flies that quiet, and nothing I've ever seen stays that still in the air. It didn't drift or rock at all. It was locked in place, like gravity didn't apply to it. I backed up slowly to the porch, never taking my eyes off of it. My whole body was doing that cold shiver thing, like after a near car crash. Every instinct was screaming, "Get inside." I opened the front door and stepped in, and that's when the light went off. Not dimmed, just off. Total blackness outside, except for the dim porch light that I had left on. I ran back out and looked up, but it was gone. I stood in the driveway for probably 5 minutes, waiting for something, anything, to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, I went back in, locked the door, put the sensor away, and just sat there on the couch trying to breathe. I didn't sleep. I didn't even undress from my work clothes. I just sat there, staring at the front door until the sun came up. The next day at the site, I was a mess. I didn't tell anyone. What was I gonna say? "Hey boss, sorry I forgot the test readings. I think a UFO hovered over my rental house last night." Nobody would buy it. Hell, I wouldn't have even bought it if I wasn't there. But here's the part that actually messes with me. I tried to write it off, okay? I thought maybe it was military, maybe some new drone tech, maybe a trick of the eye. But 2 days later, my last night there, I went to gas up the truck at about 9 p.m. at this old Circle K in Globe. As I was walking back to the pump from the store, this old man, must have been in his 70s, wearing a battered straw hat and looking like he worked in a mine since the 60s, looked at me and said, totally unprompted, "They've been flying low this week." I stopped cold. "What?" He nodded at the sky, totally calm, like he was talking about the weather. "Lights over the hilltops. Quiet ones. Not from around here." I didn't say anything. I just nodded like I knew what he meant. And maybe I did. My skin crawled because I had seen it. Whatever they weren't military. They weren't from anywhere that I can explain. I drove back to Phoenix the next morning and flew home. I haven't been back out there since. I keep tabs on the area sometimes, searching local Reddit threads, MUFON reports, even just Twitter mentions of strange lights in Globe or Miami or Superior. I've seen a few that sound eerily similar. Same kind of lights, same silence. Nobody ever talks about seeing the craft itself, though. Just the light. That's what sticks with me. I saw it, and I felt it watching. I wish I could tell you that I forgot about it a few weeks after, but I didn't. Every time I hear something buzz over the house at night, I freeze. I've had bad dreams, though not often, where I'm standing in that driveway again, and the light comes on but I can't move. I just stand there as something opens in the bottom of the craft, and every time I wake up just before I see what's inside. I woke up on a roof, and it wasn't mine. I've never told anyone the full story. I've hinted at it, half-joked about sleepwalking or having weird dreams. But I've never really sat someone down and said, "Hey, I woke up barefoot, freezing and confused on a stranger's barn roof in the middle of nowhere." Because, how do you explain that? And how do you explain what came before? It happened in late October, a few years ago. I'd been renting a small farmhouse outside of Spencer, Iowa. It wasn't fancy. 1-story, tiny porch, cornfields in all directions. But it was quiet, and that's what I needed. My life had been too loud. I'd gone through a divorce, lost my dad within a month of that, and everything just felt heavy. So I moved out there, got a part-time job at a hardware store in town, started reading again, cooking for one, sleeping well, until the night I didn't. It started with light. I woke up at around 3:10 in the morning. I know the time so specifically because my phone was next to my pillow, and I looked at it automatically. The room was glowing. Not just moonlight through the blinds, glowing. White light, cold and steady, like when your car headlights are facing directly into your living room window. Except my house sat on a flat acre, and I didn't own a car. I got out of bed, slowly. You know that feeling where you're more confused than scared? That's what it was. Like maybe the neighbors had pulled into my yard by accident. Maybe someone needed help. But as soon as I stepped out of bed, the light blinked out. Not dimmed, vanished. I opened the front door, heart beating a little quicker now, and saw nothing. Just night. Not a sound, no wind, not even crickets, and definitely no cars. That alone would have been enough to leave me a little rattled. But what happened next is where things got strange. I woke up again, only this time I wasn't in bed. I was lying on cold metal. My head hurt. My skin was damp with morning dew. And I was staring straight up at a sky that had turned orange at the edges. At first, I thought I was on my own roof, or maybe I'd fallen out of bed during a weird dream and hit my head. Then I sat up. I saw the silo and the rusted-out tractor, and a barn, low and gray with patches of tin siding that didn't match. The kind of barn you see from a country road and never think twice about. And I was sitting on top of it. No shoes, no socks. My shirt was backwards. My jeans had bits of hay stuck to them. And my left hand had a smear of something black and tarry across the palm. There was no ladder, no obvious way that I could have climbed up. I didn't even know where I was. Eventually, I jumped. I slid off the edge and landed hard on my heels, limped all the way to the road, flagged down a guy in a pickup after walking for half an hour. Turned out I was almost 6 miles from my house, in a part of the country I had never visited. And that barn belonged to a retired farmer who hadn't been out there in over a year. I tried to make sense of it. Sleepwalking? Maybe, I guess. But how do you walk barefoot across 6 miles of country road and climb a barn without waking up? Drugs? I hadn't had a drink in weeks. No prescriptions, no edibles, nothing. A prank? I mean, who would carry me that far barefoot in the middle of the night? How would they even get me up there? And surely I would wake up. I had no bruises, no scratches, no signs of a struggle, just a splitting headache and a blank space where the last few hours should have been. For a while, I didn't tell anyone. I went home, took a long shower, cleaned the stuff off my hand. It smelled like machine oil and ash, and tried to move on. But then I started dreaming. Always the same dream. A field, tall grass, a shape in the sky, like a star, but closer, buzzing in my ears, and the feeling like my body was being pulled in 1,000 directions without moving at all. Then I'd wake up covered in sweat, heart pounding, and sometimes I'd find dirt in the bed, or grass stuck to my calves. I went to a doctor, had sleep studies done. Nothing abnormal. Stress-related dissociation, they said. Maybe a history of sleepwalking, coming back under pressure. But I wasn't under pressure. For once in my life, I was fine. And here's the part I hate the most. A few months after that, I drove past that barn again, just to prove to myself it had happened, to see the roof and say, okay, there, that's where I was. But the barn was gone. I don't mean collapsed, I mean gone, flattened, cleared, like it had never been there at all. Even the silo was missing. I asked around, talked to a guy at the gas station a mile up the road. Told him I thought a friend used to own some property out there, and I was surprised it had been cleared. He gave me a weird look. He said there hadn't been a barn out there for years, said it was condemned back in the 80s. The weirdest part about that is that this guy, he's the same one that told me about the farmer that hadn't been there in over a year. I didn't argue. I just nodded, got back in my car, and haven't gone back since. It didn't want me to remember, but I do. I went into the session expecting to talk about my mom. That's what the therapist and I had agreed on. Grief processing, breath work, some mindfulness junk I didn't totally believe in. What I didn't expect was to uncover a memory I didn't even know was there, and I didn't expect it to feel so wrong. This all happened just over a year ago. I'd lost my mom to cancer the year before that, and it hit me a lot harder than I'd expected. I started getting panic attacks. I'd wake up out of a dead sleep, heart racing, convinced that something was in the room. So my girlfriend convinced me to try a hypnotherapist. Someone she knew in Escondido, California. Small office above a bookstore. Very crystals and essential oils. Not really my vibe, but I agreed to go once. The first session was basic. Talking, breathing, trying to let go of surface tension. Whatever. But on the second visit, something happened. He told me to relax and follow a memory back. He didn't tell me which one, just wherever my brain went. I thought it was silly, but I decided I would give it a shot. I expected to end up in my childhood home, maybe a beach trip or something. Instead, I started describing a trailer, one I hadn't thought about in years. And I started talking like I was there. I was 5, maybe 6. We were staying at a trailer park near Yuma, Arizona, a place my mom and I lived briefly when she split from my dad. It was hot, summer. The fan in the window buzzed all night. I started telling the therapist about how I used to sleepwalk back then, how my mom said she once found me standing at the edge of the park, barefoot, facing the desert. I didn't remember that part, just her telling me about it. But then, while I was under, I said something I had never said before. There were 3 lights, like stars, but too low. That's what I told him. And my voice, it didn't even sound like me. He asked me where the lights were. I said they were in the air, behind the trailer, over the dried-up drainage ditch. He asked me what happened next, and I said, they didn't want me to scream, so they made me sleepy. That's when I woke up. I wasn't supposed to, the session wasn't over, but I came out of it like I'd been dunked in ice water. Full body goosebumps, eyes wide. I couldn't stop shaking. The therapist looked pale. He asked if I had made the story up, if it was something I had seen in a movie. I said no, and I meant it. Because here's the thing. The second I said those words, I remembered. I remembered the lights, the floating, not flying, just being lifted, like an elevator with no gravity. I remembered being inside something, cold walls, bright light, and something watching me, but not with eyes. It was like I wasn't supposed to know that it was there, like it had folded itself into the corners of the room, but I could feel it. I remembered trying to scream, but no sound coming out, my throat working, my mouth open. Nothing. I remembered a long, thin object touching the back of my neck, and something whispering, not out loud, but inside my head. Just one word over and over. Forget. When I left the office that day, I couldn't stop looking at the sky. I didn't sleep that night. I haven't slept through the night since. And I've remembered more. Not all at once, just flashes. The shape of the hallway inside whatever that place was. The soft hissing sound of the air. And something cold and sharp pressing against my lower back. The weirdest part? I checked my skin a few weeks after that session. Not sure why. And I found a tiny scar near the base of my spine. Perfectly circular. No reason for it to be there. I haven't gone back to the hypnotherapist. I canceled the 3rd session. He left me a voicemail saying he understood, and that sometimes there are doors that aren't meant to be opened again. I never replied, but I know what I saw. And I know I wasn't dreaming because after that session, I started noticing something else. Wherever I go, city, countryside, doesn't matter. I see these same 3 lights in the sky now. Not every night, just sometimes. They hover, then blink out, always the same triangle. And every time I see them, my whole body goes cold, like it's remembering something before I do. That's why I'm telling this now, because the first time I didn't have a choice, but this time I do. The Haunted High School by a now deleted user. The high school I attended was said to be haunted by a girl who had been pushed off the bell tower and broke her neck, passing away instantly when she hit the ground. Before it was turned into a modern-day high school, I believe it was an all-girls boarding school. Strangely enough, I cannot find much information on the building, which would have been around the time when this unfortunate event happened. There were a few small stories circulating about the school being haunted, but alas, they could have been rumors and completely made up. However, I had an experience of my own that made me believe that they were true. I'll start with one of the stories I heard from others. Either a teacher or a student, I forget which, needed a guide dog or therapy dog of some kind, which they would bring into the school with them. However, the dog would refuse to go anywhere near the stairwell that led to the bell tower. It would whine, try to back up, and wouldn't go toward the bottom end of the second floor ICT corridor, which is where the doors led out to the stairwell. It's also where I had my own experience. I'd also like to add that there is no longer a bell in the bell tower. It wasn't there when I first started at the school, and it still isn't there today. I believe it was removed, and the door leading up to it was sealed shut, meaning even if we ascended the stairs to it, we wouldn't be able to get much further than that one flight of stairs. Now on to my own experience. It was lunchtime, and I'd taken a shortcut through the math corridors and turned right onto the ICT corridor on the second floor, toward the door that leads to the stairwell. One set of stairs leads down to a small foyer and the canteen on the right, and the other set of stairs leads up toward the sealed-off bell tower. As I was walking along the ICT corridor, I realized that it was awfully quiet. No one was around, no teachers or students whatsoever. It was so quiet my ears rang. A set of footsteps joined me and were walking behind me, about halfway along the corridor. I thought it must have been another student, so I didn't bother turning around to look at who it was. I just wanted to get to lunch. I got to the doors, which are big, heavy wooden doors that don't stay open on their own. They need to be pushed with quite some force and latched onto a heavy-duty magnet that holds them open until you press a button to release them. The number of times I was smacked in the face by these things is astounding. So I get to the doors and push one of them open, not bothering to latch it to the magnet on the wall, thinking that the person walking behind me will just catch it as I let go and walk through it down to the canteen for lunch too. As I began walking down the set of stairs to the canteen, I suddenly stopped mid-step. Something didn't feel right, and I realized the doors hadn't made the noise they usually make when they slam shut, and the footsteps had stopped at the door. I waited for someone to pass me on the stairs, but nobody did. So, I turned around slowly, and the door I had walked through was standing open on its own, without being latched onto the magnet. It was ajar, far enough open that I could see down the corridor, but not quite far enough for it to catch the magnet and stay open. And the student I thought was walking just behind me was nowhere to be seen, even though I could have sworn they were right behind me, as their footsteps weren't that far away. Before I could even gasp, the door shut, slowly, as if someone was holding it open, and then shut it slowly and gently, on purpose, so it wouldn't make a noise. I literally couldn't get out of there fast enough, and I turned and ran down the rest of the steps. I never took that shortcut alone again, and always made sure I went the long way around if no one was with me. What was even weirder to me was the fact that it felt as if someone were watching me and this whole event unfold. Creepy. It called my name. I live alone in a little house outside of Ellijay, Georgia, up toward the foothills of the Appalachians. It's about as rural as you can get without being totally off-grid. Closest neighbors about half a mile down the road, and it's mostly forest between us. Old hardwood, some pine, all thick and wild. I've got a gravel drive that winds up through the trees, and at night, it's just me, the woods, and whatever's out there. I moved out here about 3 years ago after a messy divorce. I wanted quiet, and I got it. Too much of it, maybe. Anyway, this happened in late September. Still warm in the daytime, but cooling off fast at night. That's when everything gets louder in the woods. Crickets, tree frogs, owls, and I don't know what else. You get used to the sounds eventually. Most of them, at least. I had just finished up feeding my chickens and locking up the coop for the night. It was around 8:30, already dark, and the moon was barely a sliver. No porch lights out here. I use a flashlight, but I'd left it inside like an idiot. So I'm walking back to the house using my phone flashlight, and I stop at the edge of the yard because something caught my eye in the tree line. There was movement. Not fast, not frantic, just enough to notice. Probably a deer, I figured, or a raccoon. Happens all the time. But something just didn't feel right. You ever get that gut feeling, like the environment around you just changes? That kicked in hard. The smell, too. It wasn't strong, but it hit me like wet dog mixed with metal. Coppery. Not blood, exactly. Just not right. I stood there, watching the darkness, and then I heard it. My name. Clear as day. But here's the part that still messes me up. It was my voice. Like if you took a recording of me and played it back through a speaker buried in mud. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Again, it came, the same voice, same intonation. Like someone was trying to sound like me, but didn't quite understand how human rhythm works. Too slow and then suddenly too fast, like it was rehearsed poorly. I backed up a step, still staring into the dark. I couldn't see anything now. Whatever had moved was hidden again. I reached behind me for the screen door and got inside fast, locking it out of instinct. I didn't want to turn my back, though, so I just stood in my little kitchen, peering out through the glass. A minute passed, then another. Nothing moved. But the feeling stayed, that prickling down the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I shut off all the lights and waited. I should probably say that I don't scare easy. I grew up around here. I've hunted, camped, dealt with snakes and feral hogs, but this wasn't any of that. Eventually, I went to bed, though I didn't sleep. I kept the shotgun beside me, chambered and ready. My dog Bear had passed a year prior. Wish I still had him. He always knew when something wasn't right. The next day I tried to write it off. Maybe it was a wild animal. Maybe I imagined the voice. Stress, isolation, lack of sleep. People crack a little when they spend too much time alone. I was almost convinced of it too, until 3 days later. I had just come in from town with groceries and was unloading the truck when I saw something by the woodpile near the edge of the yard. At first I thought it was a person, tall, lanky, standing just outside the sunlight. But it wasn't right. It was too thin and still. Not I'm trying to be sneaky still, just unnaturally still. Like it wasn't breathing. I froze. My hand went to my hip, concealed carry 38 in my belt. I didn't draw it, I just kept my hand there. And then it stepped back. Not turned, but just went straight back, like it was on rails. And then it was gone into the trees. I didn't go after it. I didn't even move. I stayed there until the crickets started up again, which is something you only notice when it stops. That night, I locked up early, every curtain drawn, lights off. I sat on the couch with the shotgun again and waited for anything. Around midnight, I dozed off, and then I heard the voice, but not from the trees this time, from right outside the window. My name. I swear to all things holy, it was my exact tone, like a voice memo I don't remember recording. I didn't move, didn't even breathe loud, just sat there and listened. Let me in. It wasn't a question. It wasn't pleading. It was like a command from something wearing my skin. I didn't respond, and eventually it stopped. I never heard it leave, though. Never saw anything. But something was out there. I know that with everything in me. I didn't call the cops. What would I even say? Hey, officer, something that sounds like me is trying to get into my house. No thanks. Next morning, I walked the perimeter of my house. I didn't find tracks, but the weird thing was, the chickens were all hiding in the corner of the run. Not dead or attacked, they were fine, just terrified. They wouldn't even come out when I dumped their feed. I've had coyotes come through before and spook them, but this was something else. That was 3 weeks ago. It hasn't come back, not that I have seen or heard, but I haven't really been the same since. I don't sleep well. I keep hearing noises from the woods, clicks and whistles, and sometimes something that sounds almost like talking, just out of range. I don't go out after dark anymore, and if I absolutely have to, the flashlight stays on me at all times, even in the house. I started looking up stuff online, cryptids, mimicry, folklore. There's things out there that aren't animals and aren't people. Some say skinwalkers, but those are more of a Southwest thing. Others mention wendigos, but that doesn't really fit either. And then I found something called a whistler, mentioned in some old Appalachia stories. It mimics voices to lure people into the woods. Sounds like a loved one, or yourself. Whatever it is, I think it knows I heard it, and I think it likes that I haven't left. A couple of nights ago, just before bed, I heard tapping on the glass. Not hard, just enough to get my attention. I didn't look. I know better. If I acknowledge it, maybe that's how it gets in. Maybe it needs permission. But it's getting bolder, and I don't know how much longer I can hold out without making a mistake. I don't need advice, and I don't want theories. I just needed to tell someone. Because if it ever uses my voice to talk to someone else, my friends, my family, I want someone to know it's not me. And if one day I do disappear from here, don't come looking. Just let the woods keep me. The Ouija box. I didn't believe in spirits or the supernatural, not really. I thought it was all just overactive imaginations and people looking for an excuse to explain away the things they couldn't understand. But everything changed the night I got my hands on that damn Ouija board. It was supposed to be a joke, just a way to pass time at my friend Sarah's place out in the country, this old house that had been in her family for generations. The kind of house that creaked and groaned whenever the wind blew, with dark hallways and rooms that always felt a little too cold. But Sarah loved it. She'd grown up there, so to her it was just home. To me, it was the set of one too many horror movies. We'd been talking about the paranormal for a while, all of us sort of joking about ghosts and spirits, throwing out theories on what makes a house haunted. And that's when Sarah casually mentioned that she had a Ouija board stashed away in the attic. She'd found it when she was cleaning out her grandmother's things after she passed. Apparently her grandmother used to mess with it when she was younger, but later she told Sarah to keep it locked away and never touch it. The old things probably got bad energy or something, Sarah laughed, but she didn't seem all that convinced. Naturally, we all thought it would be fun to give it a try. We were young, bored, and way too curious for our own good. So, after some convincing, Sarah dug the thing out of the attic. The box that it came in was old, covered in dust, with strange markings on the lid. I didn't really think much of it at the time, just a cool antique, you know? But when Sarah opened the box, the air in the room seemed to change. I know that sounds like the worst cliche ever, but I swear, the air really did feel thicker somehow. The board inside was a little worn, but it looked like any other. There were the typical letters, numbers, and the word goodbye at the bottom. The planchette? Well, that's where things started to feel weird. It wasn't like the ones that I'd seen in the movies, all smooth and clean. This one was chipped, like it had been dropped several times. The wood felt cold, almost unnaturally so. But I didn't say anything. I thought it was just an old piece of wood, maybe weathered by time. We set it up in the living room, dimmed the lights, and sat in a circle on the floor, a little too eager for something to happen. But none of us had any real expectations. I mean, it's just a game, right? But when Sarah placed her hands on the planchette, that's when things started to get really weird. At first it was nothing. We joked around, moved the planchette a bit, spelled out nonsense words, and laughed at ourselves. But then, just as I was about to pull my hand away to grab another drink, the planchette jerked. Hard. We all stopped. None of us had moved it, and I'm pretty sure no one was trying to mess with anyone else. It moved again, slowly, and then stopped. And then, as though it had a mind of its own, it slid toward the word yes. I remember feeling a chill run up my spine. We all glanced at each other, not quite sure what we should do next. Sarah hesitated for a bit, but then she said, "Is there someone here?" The planchette started moving again, slowly at first and then faster, until it slid to the yes again. The air in the room felt ice cold. It was like the temperature had dropped many degrees in a matter of seconds. Sarah was the first to ask, "Who are you?" The planchette moved again, not in a straight line, but erratic. The letters it landed on were strange. It spelled out the name Valerie. The name seemed completely random. but it also felt heavy, like it didn't belong in the conversation somehow. "What the hell?" I muttered. We all looked at each other. Sarah looked pale, but she was also intrigued. She kept asking questions, but I had started to feel really uncomfortable. Something wasn't right. The planchette began to move again, faster this time, almost violently, spelling out words that didn't make any sense. Stay, watching, get out. And that's when it really hit me. I don't know why it took me that long to figure it out, but I realized this wasn't just a game. We weren't messing around anymore. Something was controlling that planchette. Something that wasn't human and never had been. Sarah's voice was shaky, but she still kept asking questions. And finally she asked one more. "Why are you here?" The planchette moved, but this time it didn't just spell a word. It went straight to the corner of the board, dragging itself across the surface, like something was pulling it with purpose. The word "closed" appeared on the board. Not spelled out, but written out, like something had engraved it in the wood. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the planchette stopped moving. We sat there for a few seconds, all of us staring at the board, just frozen. I thought maybe the whole thing was just some weird coincidence. But then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of scratching. It started faintly, almost like a mouse in the walls, but it got louder, and then it was all around us, scratching on the floor, the walls. We all jumped up at once, terrified, and the board seemed to vibrate beneath our hands. "It's just the house settling," Sarah said, but her voice was too shaky to sound convincing. The scratching didn't stop. It kept getting louder and closer, like the house itself was clawing to get in, if that makes any sense. And that's when we heard a loud bang. It sounded like something had hit the door, but there was nothing there when we checked. The front door was still locked, the windows still closed, no one had come in. But the scratching and thumping was still going on, like whatever was in the walls had become more aggressive. We packed up the board, but it didn't feel like the night was really over. Sarah tried to make us all feel better, but we could all feel it. The tension in the air. None of us slept that night, and the next day we couldn't get out of there fast enough. We all packed up our things and barely spoke to each other. We were too shaken to even joke about it. Sarah, though, kept the board. She said that she would keep it locked up, but I knew that it wasn't over. We didn't know what we'd unleashed that night, but I had a sinking feeling that we were going to find out soon. A few weeks later, Sarah called me. She sounded different, more serious and more shaken than I'd ever heard her. She told me that after we'd left, the scratching never stopped, that it had gotten worse, and then the house itself had started changing. Walls that had been solid and unbroken started cracking. Strange things started happening. She said that she had tried everything: sage, cleansing rituals. She even tried to burn the board, but nothing ever worked. And she kept hearing a name: Valerie. I never went back to Sarah's house. I don't think she lives there anymore either, but she never did get rid of that board. It's still locked away somewhere. And sometimes I think it changed her permanently. Sometimes I wonder if the board kept her. The Woman in the Window by Mom of Three Boys 22. I used to live in this old house with my grandparents, way out in the middle of nowhere in southern Alabama. The closest town was maybe 30 to 40 minutes away. The land we lived on was my grandfather's family land, passed down through generations. I was in middle school when all of this happened. I've always had trouble sleeping at night, so my grandparents would let me stay up. One particular night stands out in my memory because my best friend, who I also consider a sister, was with me at the time. We were in the second living room, what I called the family room, just having fun and talking, typical sleepover stuff. The family room connected to the dining room, and we had the windows open because it was a hot summer night in that old house. Out of nowhere, I suddenly felt this strange energy. Everything went quiet. I looked at the open window, and I saw the curtain blowing. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the wind wasn't blowing at all. And then I saw her, a silhouette of a woman. She looked like a 1950s housewife, wearing a dress, with her hair straight but the ends curled out. I stared at her for what felt like an eternity, trying to figure out what was going on. I felt a little scared, but at the same time, I didn't feel in danger. She disappeared, and when she did, the curtain stopped blowing, and everything returned to normal. I thought maybe I was just imagining things, but my friend looked at me and asked, "You saw that too, right?" I nodded, and we both went to the window to see if anyone was out there or if the wind had picked up. But nothing. No one was there, and the wind wasn't blowing at all. What freaked us out the most was that we were in the middle of absolutely nowhere. After that night, I never saw her again. The Skunk Ape of Big Cypress Swamp by Shattered Knight 01. This happened a few years ago, and I still can't shake the feeling that we encountered something out there in the swamps of Florida that just shouldn't be. I was on a trip with a couple of buddies, and we decided to hit up Big Cypress National Preserve for some camping and hiking. We weren't looking for trouble, just hoping to get away from everything for a bit. The swamp's pretty famous for its wildlife, and of course its cryptid, the skunk ape. I'd heard the stories before, but I didn't take them seriously. Just local legends, right? I wasn't even thinking about it when we pulled up to the trailhead. We arrived just after sunset. The sky was blood red. It was the perfect time to get out there before it got too dark. The air was thick and humid, even for Florida, and the swamp was alive with sounds. Crickets, frogs, and the occasional rustle in the brush. We pitched our tent near one of the water holes and started a fire. We were just talking and drinking beers, like any group of guys looking to unwind. By about 10 p.m., we'd all grown quiet. There's something about the swamp at night that just gets under your skin. It doesn't matter how long you've been out there, how many times you've been out there, or how familiar you are. Every time the sun goes down, you just look over your shoulder a little bit. We were sitting around the fire when we started to hear this low, guttural sound. It was far off at first, like a grunt or a growl. It didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a bear or a boar, it was just wrong. "Did you hear that?" my buddy Mark asked, looking around the campfire. "I heard it," I said. "Probably a boar, they can make some weird noises." But I didn't even believe myself. It didn't feel like a boar. It was too low, too deliberate. The sounds came again. A series of heavy breaths or grunts, followed by a rustling in the brush. This time it was closer. Mark grabbed the flashlight and shined it toward the trees, but the beam only cut through the dark for a few feet before getting swallowed up by the dense foliage. The sound didn't stop. This time it was followed by something else, a kind of shuffling noise. It was like something really big was moving through the undergrowth. I'll admit the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "What the hell is that?" Tony asked. "Probably just some raccoons or something. Relax," I said, though I didn't feel relaxed at all. We decided to check it out. The three of us grabbed our flashlights and cautiously made our way toward the noise, sticking close together. The air felt colder, like the swamp was just holding its breath. The flashlight beams cut through the darkness, and for a second I thought I saw something, dark and massive, standing just beyond the tree line. It was way too big to be a deer or anything normal, and it didn't move like anything I'd ever seen before. I froze. Tony must have seen it too, because all of a sudden he whispered, "Do you see that?" Before I could answer, the thing moved again. The flash of the light revealed a massive shape standing on two legs. Whatever it was covered in matted fur, dark, almost black in color. Its eyes glowed in the beam of the flashlight, reflecting like a predator's. But the size of it! It had to be over 7 feet tall, and the way it stood just didn't look right. It wasn't like a man or a bear, it was too broad, too bulky. And the smell. The smell hit us like a brick. It was wet, rotting garbage mixed with something worse. Something sour. "Skunk ape," Mark breathed, barely above a whisper. I'd heard the stories. The skunk ape, Florida's answer to Bigfoot, was supposed to live in places like Big Cypress Swamp, elusive and rarely seen. But there was no mistaking it now. As much as I wanted to laugh and say no, it couldn't be that, it clearly couldn't have been anything else. The creature's eyes locked on us, and for a moment none of us moved. It wasn't like it was trying to run or hide. It was just standing there, watching us. We could see it clearly now, its chest rising and falling with heavy breaths, its fur matted and filthy. The silence stretched, and then it made a noise, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the air around us. It wasn't an animal sound. It was something else, something more menacing. The growl felt like a warning, and I knew right then and there that we were not supposed to be there. It took one step forward, and that's when I felt my legs turn to jelly. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest I thought it might explode. We didn't say a word. We didn't need to. At the same time, we all turned and ran, heading straight back to the campfire. Behind us, we could hear it moving again, slower this time, almost as if it was toying with us. We didn't stop running until we reached the fire. When we finally turned around to look, there was nothing. No growls, no movement, just the swamp stretching endlessly into the night. We kept the fire going, staring into the trees, half expecting the creature to emerge from the shadows at any moment. None of us got any sleep that night. Every rustle in the brush, every snap of a twig had us on edge. We packed up and left as soon as the first light of dawn hit, not saying much to each other, but we all knew. We'd seen something that shouldn't have been there. And after that night, I don't care how many people say it's just a legend, I believe the skunk ape is real. The Other Elizabeth by Roward62867. My daughter is 9 years old now. She's growing up way too fast. She has always been an old soul of sorts. She's always had a way with people and animals. When she was a baby, she used to enjoy sitting outside in the front yard on a blanket and playing. There was a little tree in our front yard with a robin's nest. When my daughter was outside, the robin would come down and hang out just a few feet from her and just keep her company. For my daughter, it was a completely normal thing. She would talk to it and wave, and the robin would stay for several minutes and then fly away. It was like they understood each other, and it was so amazing to watch. Her aunt lives several hours away on a ranch in the southeast corner of the state. My wife and kids went down there for a visit one weekend when my daughter was 3. The ranch has been in that family for over 100 years. They live in the same ranch house that was originally built back then, too. The matriarch of the family died several years earlier, long before my daughter was born. This woman's name was Elizabeth, which is my daughter's name, too. I didn't know that when we named my daughter. It was just a happy coincidence. During this visit, my daughter was downstairs playing. Everyone was upstairs playing cribbage. My wife heard my daughter talking and laughing, so she went down to check on her. She asked who my daughter was talking to, and my daughter said, "The other Elizabeth." My wife brought her back upstairs with her, and my daughter talked about this other Elizabeth to everyone else. She told everyone that this Elizabeth was an old woman wearing a dress. The aunt, my sister-in-law, retrieved a photo album and asked my daughter to just look through it. She didn't tell my daughter to look for anyone. She just said that she wanted to share some old pictures with her. My daughter took to looking at the photo album. When she came across the other Elizabeth's photo, my daughter pointed her out and said, "That's her. She lives here too." After that, my daughter never saw her again. At least, she never said so anyway. The Haunting of Mount St. Mary's by A Wild Wags. So I went to a private Catholic high school in Oklahoma. The school itself was built before the state was a state. It's over 110 years old, and it used to be a convent. So the textbook set up for haunting stories. Before I went there, I had heard stories of the school being haunted, mainly the 4th floor. They always had these legends about things that happened there. They always talked about the pictures on the 4th floor never being straight, and if you fixed it, the picture would get messed up again. And if you took a ball up there, it would be pushed around by no one. So my first day, part of the orientation was taking a tour of the school and seeing the haunted bits. There were 2 places that they talked about, the 4th floor and the morgue in the basement. You can understand the morgue because, dead people. So the first day went by and nothing special happened. In fact, a lot of days went by with nothing special happening. But 3 years later, while I was in film class, we went up to shoot a video up there after school and late into the night. We were all joking that we were going to get video of something. About halfway through shooting, one of the actresses and I were talking, and we felt what we described as someone blowing on our ears. We spun around, but there was no one there. We chalked it up to the wind. So we kept shooting, and we were moving setups and saw a painting tilted, so we fixed it. After the next shot, one of the other students pointed out that the picture we had just fixed was tilted again. So we fixed it again, and in the middle of the next take, one of the actors screamed, saying that they just watched the picture tilt by itself. Then we all heard footsteps come up the big staircase, and then heard it go down the hall into a room. One of the students snapped a quick picture, and we all swear that you can see what looks like the outline of a nun in a pitch black room. If you want to fact check the age of the school, it's Mount St. Mary's Catholic High School in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, built in 1903. I could hear my own voice calling for help. This happened in the Smokies, late fall. I had gone solo hiking before, plenty of times, and I've always been the kind of guy who double checks every knot, every trail marker, every battery pack. I'm not careless, and I wasn't unprepared. That's important, because people love to blame the weird stuff on dehydration, exhaustion, getting turned around, but it wasn't any of those things. I was just somewhere I shouldn't have been. It was supposed to be a 2-day loop out near Cades Cove. I'd parked early, started my climb at about 7 a.m. Clear skies and a cool breeze. One of those days where the whole world just feels like it's taking a breath before our winter settles in. I was about 10 miles in when I noticed something strange. Not scary or supernatural, just odd. The birds had stopped. Now, in most forests, you get a moment of quiet. A hawk flies by, or it's the heat of the day, but this was different. There was no wind, no birds. I didn't even hear a squirrel running through the leaves. Just the crunch of my boots on the trail, and the creak of my pack. And then I heard it. From somewhere off trail, down the slope to my right, I heard someone yell, "Help!" Just once. It was faint, but sharp. Human. Male. Sounded about my age. I stopped and called back. No answer. I waited, thinking maybe it was a hiker who had slipped. Maybe they would yell again. Maybe they were trying to get their bearings. Then I heard it again. But this time, it was closer. "Help." Same word. Same tone. Same voice. And that's when my stomach turned. Because I realized the voice was mine. I don't mean similar. I don't mean same accent and cadence. I mean, I knew the sound of that word in my own voice. I'd heard it in recordings on voicemails. And what I heard in those woods was me, shouting for help, coming from somewhere down the hill. I just stood there, trying to figure out what was going on. If it was someone else, how could they sound exactly like me? And if it wasn't someone else? After about a minute, I took a few cautious steps toward the slope. I didn't want to go too far, just get a better look. And then, from even deeper in the trees, I heard it again. But this time it was closer than it should have been. And it wasn't calling out. It was repeating me. "Hello?" That was the word I'd just spoken under my breath without realizing it. And it repeated it. Same pitch, same length, same half-nervous tremble in my voice. I turned away and I walked off fast. I didn't run, not at first. I didn't want to trip or make a noise. But after a few hundred yards, I heard something snap behind me. louder than any deer, heavier than a branch, and I bolted. I ran until my lungs burned. I got back to a fork in the trail I recognized, and then kept going. I didn't stop until I was almost back at the ranger station parking lot. I didn't tell anyone. Not the ranger, not my wife, not even my hiking buddy who I usually swap trip stories with. It just felt off limits, like talking about it would make it worse. But I kept thinking about that voice, how perfectly it mirrored mine, and how just before I turned and left, I heard one last thing. Not a shout, not an echo, but a quiet, confident sentence from somewhere between the trees in my voice. "You're not supposed to be here." I haven't gone solo hiking since, and I haven't been back to that side of the park at all, because I still don't know if I found something, or if something found me. The mirror in the attic. So this happened a few years ago, and I still don't really know how to explain it, so I figured I'd share. It's one of those things that's kind of left me wondering whether or not I'm just losing my mind, or if maybe there's something else going on. I was living in this old house in Tennessee. Big, creaky, way too much space for one person. But it was cheap, and I was in the middle of renovating it when I found out that I had to move for work. I didn't want to just give up on the house, though, so I put it up for rent. I figured I could come back to it when I was done with my job. The place had history, one of those old turn-of-the-century houses with big windows and dusty corners. It had that vibe, you know? The kind where you can just feel the past lingering in the air. The kind of house where the floorboards creak at night, even if no one's walking around. But honestly, I never thought too much of it. It was just an old house. Nothing more, nothing less. A few months into renting it out, I got a call from the tenant, a woman named Sophie. She sounded really shaken up on the phone and said something about hearing noises in the attic. At first, I kind of rolled my eyes at her. I thought maybe she just wasn't used to living in a place like that. And it was her overactive imagination. But she asked me if I could come over to check it out. She said it was like somebody was walking around up there, but whenever she went upstairs to look, no one was there. I didn't really know what to think. I mean, if you think someone's in your house, call the police, right? But I agreed to meet her at the house that evening anyway, since I wasn't too far away. When I showed up, the house felt different. It had a much heavier feeling to it. We sat down in the living room, and she told me more about what she'd been experiencing. The footsteps were just the beginning. She had also noticed that things in the house seemed to shift around when she wasn't looking. Nothing big, but little things. Books out of place, pictures slightly crooked. Stuff that you might just look at and say, maybe I did leave it like that, but you know you didn't. I figured maybe the house just had a few oddities, nothing to worry about. I mean, old houses do that sometimes, right? But when she mentioned the mirror in the attic, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was a full-length mirror, the kind you might expect to see at an old antique shop, with a big wooden frame. She told me she'd found it in the attic when she was going through some old boxes, and that's when things started to get weird. She said that every time she looked into it, the reflection didn't match the room behind her. Like it would show something else, a different angle of the attic, but one that didn't exist with things that weren't really there. I figured the mirror was just old and warped or something, like a funhouse mirror, but I agreed to go take a look. So we headed upstairs to the attic, which was filled with junk, old furniture, and boxes. It was like you could breathe in the dust up there, and it was too quiet. Sophie led me to the corner where the mirror stood. It was propped up against the wall, just like she said. The reflection in it was strange. It was almost like the room was dimmer, and the edges of the frame seemed darker, even though the rest of the attic was well lit. But the weirdest part, like she had said, was the angle. In the mirror, the space behind me looked off. The shadows were all wrong, the floorboards didn't look the same. It was like the mirror was showing me a different version of the room, one that I couldn't see with my own eyes. I told Sophie I'd check out the mirror later, and we headed back downstairs. But when I was about to leave, I swear I felt something brush against my shoulder. It was cold, like ice water dripping down my skin. I turned around, but nobody was there. As I drove away, I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with that mirror. It wasn't just the weird reflection. It was the way the room looked alive, like the mirror was a window into a movie or something. But I didn't want to worry Sophie anymore, so I kept that to myself. I mean, I didn't know what was going on, right? So why bring it up if I didn't have any answers? The next morning, I could not stop thinking about it. I decided to drive back and check out the mirror on my own to see if I could find some kind of logical explanation for what was going on. I arrived before Sophie came home from work, but I did tell her I was going to be there, and I headed straight for the attic. The mirror was still there, standing in the same spot. I tried to look into it without focusing too hard, but something felt different this time. The reflection was clearer, and the shadows in the corner of the attic were more pronounced. It was like they were stretching out, moving toward me. I stepped closer, and the reflection in the mirror shifted again. The attic behind me started to look darker and colder, and the floorboards creaked underfoot in the reflection, like someone was walking across the room. But when I turned around, no one was there. It was like I'd been snapped out of some VR tour of a different time. My heart was racing. And then it almost stopped, because in the air I heard a faint whisper. "Leave it alone." I backed away from the mirror, my hands trembling. I felt like something was watching me from that reflection, something that didn't want me to see it. The feeling of coldness from the night before came rushing back. I swear I still saw something move in the mirror's reflection behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing. I couldn't take it anymore. I left the house without saying a word. I called Sophie and I told her to get rid of the mirror. I didn't care if she thought I was crazy, I just wanted it gone. She didn't seem too shocked when I mentioned it, and she agreed to get rid of it. After she told me she'd tossed it in the trash, things settled down for a while. But whenever I pass by that house now, I can't help but feel like something's still there. Like the mirror didn't just show us a different version of the attic, but showed a piece of something that shouldn't have been there. Sometimes when I walk past it in the dark, I swear I see the faintest glint of glass reflecting back at me, even though supposedly the mirror is long gone. The Haunting of the Elementary School by 69 Virus. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in the special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to sit in the computer room while the kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is. But anyway, my job was to walk around the school back and forth between classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour depending on the kid, and then taking them back, picking up the next batch, repeat. I was overqualified, let's say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids that I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day, I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice, and try to ignore, this strange rag doll with construction paper all over its face, showcased in a display. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months that I worked there, never changing or having anything added to the case. Onward. Weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up and walk back. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out how it was locking. The only conclusion I could come up with was that someone else was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor, who was always around. He said he never did it. I asked if it could lock itself, and he said, no way. So I came to the conclusion that someone was messing with me, trying to teach me a lesson maybe for not locking my door or something. Very passive-aggressive. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, and asked her to come talk to me when she had some time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I came back after the weekend, and the door was broken, like off-kilter on the hinges so it wouldn't shut all the way at all. I guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. At least that's what I thought. The school did have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office. But they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off and went back to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for his block, and then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought she had just seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said, okay, and went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point. There is a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There is no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back toward the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. "No," I said, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking up at me with his eyes as wide as ever. "Probably just the wind," I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy, but shrugs it off and keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I kid you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." Of course, I say, No, it wasn't a ghost. I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. The incident's blown off, a couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home, while the teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk, 5 feet away, and I open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go and sit back down, more annoyed than anything else, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat, and he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." "Rodney?" I ask. "Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named that doll across from the office after him." What the heck? I thought. I asked my supervisor about it, and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, well that could have been in your ad." Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have had weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off showing someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m., but none of the outside doors had gone off, and no one was on video in the school at the time. I guess another time over spring break, the doll across from the office got ripped up, inside his display case, his head laying on the ground, which is why he has construction paper on him now. No one on camera, and nothing on the camera of the doll. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. That's about the extent of the things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything about it. Mostly, staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a totally different world. Totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like nothing's going on, so as not to stir the pot. It's just not me. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day, I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at the school, in the wing where I work. He had the flu and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung up a drawing of his in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there is a framed picture of a swimming hole and a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job and quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and he didn't have to be stuck at school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin, and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, but I did drive out there on the last day and put down a birdhouse for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. The Thing in the Woods. It was supposed to be a weekend of peace and quiet. Just me and a few friends camping out in the backwoods of Pennsylvania. We weren't far from the Allegheny National Forest, but far enough that we weren't any nearby towns or even a good cell signal. Just dense woods, the smell of pine, and nothing else. It was supposed to be the kind of trip where you could just unwind and escape the stress of work. I should have known better. We'd been hiking for a couple of hours, setting up camp, when we got to a secluded spot near the edge of the forest. The ground was soft but dry, and the trees here were thicker, older. It wasn't the kind of place that I would have picked on my own, but one of my buddies, Brad, had read about it online and convinced the group that it would be perfect. It was a little remote, but harmless. After all, it's just the woods, right? That night, after a few beers and some stories around the campfire, I went to bed in my tent, thinking that maybe I'd get a good night's sleep. But I didn't. I woke up sometime after midnight, everything eerily still. I couldn't explain why, but something felt wrong. Like I was being watched. Like something was out there just waiting for me. I tried to shake it off. I told myself that it was just the usual anxiety that comes with being in the woods at night. I mean, we're all pretty much on edge when we're out in the middle of nowhere, right? The wind picked up a little, rustling the branches above me, and I thought I'd just fall asleep again. But that's when I heard it. It wasn't loud at first. It was soft, almost like a whisper. But I could hear my own voice. Well, not exactly my voice, but really close. It was like somebody was standing just outside my tent, mimicking me. "Hey, you okay?" the voice said, in my voice. I froze. It was exactly what I had said to Brad earlier when he had slipped on the trail. But I hadn't said it out loud since then, and definitely not at that moment. I wasn't talking. I hadn't moved. For a second, I convinced myself it was one of the guys playing a prank on me. Maybe Brad or one of the others was messing around, trying to get a rise out of me, you know? But then I heard it again, clearer this time, and it was coming from the completely opposite direction. "Come on, man, get up." It was still my voice from the same scene earlier, but it wasn't me. I recognized the inflection, the way that I would speak, but it felt uncanny. Very uncanny valley, like a bad echo. At this point, my heart was pounding. I couldn't move, I could barely breathe. My thoughts were all over the place. Was it one of the guys? Could they mimic me that closely? Was it a trick of the wind? But it wasn't just that. There was something else in the tone that was really freaking me out. Something that was menacing. Also, how did it move that fast? I didn't hear any footsteps. The voice started to change, pulling at my mind. It started to repeat things I'd said earlier in the day, almost mocking my tone and my words, twisting them like it was trying to be me, but doing it wrong. Each time it spoke, the words sounded slightly off, like they were getting closer and closer to being wrong enough that I could sense it. "Come on, man, let's go. Get up, I'm waiting," the voice continued, now sounding almost urgent. I thought about calling out to my friends, but part of me knew that I couldn't. Something in me knew that whatever this thing was, I was not to acknowledge it. The air around me felt thick and charged. It was like we were building up to some kind of crescendo, and I really didn't want to know what it was. I listened harder, though, straining to make sense of it. The voice began to shift into my laugh, then the sound of me humming a tune. It was mimicking everything, even the little tics and habits that I didn't know I had. It was as if it had been observing me, learning how to replicate me bit by bit. It just started to get closer, and then the sound of footsteps crunching through the leaves just outside my tent. It was circling me. The voice was echoing from every direction, like it was surrounding me, and it didn't always come from where the footsteps did. "Just get up, man. Stop messing around." By now, I could feel my pulse in my throat. It wasn't right. It wasn't my voice anymore. It was something else. My first instinct was to grab my phone and call for help, but we were in the middle of the woods, so I knew it wouldn't do any good. I knew that whatever this thing was, it didn't care about cell signals, and it didn't care about the things I tried to convince myself were normal. I was alone, but not in the way that I expected. I stayed there, frozen, my chest tight, just praying that whatever this thing was would leave us alone. And then, for just a second, everything went totally still. The voice stopped, the footsteps stopped. It was so quiet I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I didn't dare breathe. I didn't dare move. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually I heard something else. Another voice, but this time it was different. It wasn't mocking, it was demanding. "Get up now." This time it was the kind of voice you don't ignore. It wasn't one I recognized. It wasn't anyone from the group. It was deep, like it came from something that didn't belong to this world. Something that had no business being out here. Or maybe I was the one that had no business being out here. I couldn't tell where it was coming from anymore. I was hearing it in my head as much as I was from the outside. The forest was alive with this pressure that was building around me. That's when I snapped. I grabbed my flashlight and I unzipped the tent, shining it into the woods. But nothing was there. Just trees and shadows and dark, thick woods. I looked around for what felt like hours, trying to find the source of the voice, but it was gone, like nothing had ever been there at all. But I could not shake the feeling that something had been there. Something had been watching, mimicking, learning. The pressure didn't let up. The feeling of being not alone stuck with me, gnawing at me from the inside. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat there in the darkness, the flashlight shaking in my hand, listening for any sound. The voice didn't come back, but the eerie feeling of being followed never left. Every creak of the trees, every snap of a twig, felt like it was that thing. It felt like I was waiting for something, but I didn't really know what. The next morning, when the sun finally came up, I could not get out of that tent fast enough. I grabbed my gear, not even caring if anyone else was awake, and started packing up. But as I was pulling everything together, one of my friends, Brad of course, asked me what was wrong. "You look like you've seen a ghost, man." I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, how could I? Who would believe me? The voices had stopped, the footsteps were gone, there was nothing to show for anything. We finished the weekend without incident. But by the time we packed up for the last time and drove out of the woods, I was done. I didn't feel the same anymore. Somehow, I don't think any of us did. The strange thing was that none of them even noticed how different it felt. None of them said a word about it, but I could tell that something in me had snapped. And whatever it was, whatever I heard and whatever mimicked me out there never really left. The guys acted just slightly off, too. I don't know if they're aware of it, but they just sort of collectively decided without words to ignore it. But all of us feel different. And nothing has really left me. I moved out of Pennsylvania shortly after that. I tried to put it behind me, but you know how these things go. I still hear it sometimes. My voice calling out from the other room, or from outside. I don't know. I never answer. I've learned better than that. But I know that whatever was in those woods, it followed me. And I don't know if it'll ever go away. The Woman in the Doorway by Cincy824. I would like to share a personal experience that I had in my childhood home in the early 90s when I was 6 years old. This isn't the first experience, and it definitely wasn't the last, but it is the only time I ever truly saw her. A quick backstory. The house is a brick colonial built by one of the very first families to settle outside of Philadelphia. They were a very affluent family who owned a large portion of land in the area and worked in the city. The house was lived in by their descendants well into the early 1900s. So as you can imagine, a lot of history, births, and deaths took place within those walls. As a child, I suffered from nightmares. Lots of them. It was common for me to wake up in the middle of the night, jarred awake by some terrifying dream, and this time it was no different. On this particular night, I had awoken from a scary dream, and, in order to calm myself down, I lay quietly in my bed and scanned the dark corners in my bedroom for some unknown threat. I have no idea what I expected to find, but I definitely remember the feeling of what could be hiding here in the shadows. As I looked around, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary at first. But then, all of a sudden, there she was, standing in my doorway, staring directly at me. Her face was emotionless. She was very beautiful, with shoulder-length brown hair that had large waves toward the bottom, and she was wearing a long white nightgown. I stared at her in shock and confusion, and she just stared back. I didn't understand what was happening, but I did know that there was a woman in my house in the middle of the night whom I did not recognize, and she was looking right into my eyes. She was as clear as day, as if somebody was just standing there, watching over their child as they slept. The wheels in my head were turning, and all I could come up with was, this person should not be here. The next thing I remember doing was throwing the covers over my head with my heart racing and thinking over and over, please go away, please go away. I have no idea how long I hid under the covers, but when I emerged, she was gone. From what my mother tells me, I didn't tell her right away what had happened. I think she said I told her a couple of days later that I saw a woman in the house. From that point onward, and even to this day when I visit my parents, who still live there, you bet that door is shut. Friends ask me how on earth I could live there. The way I see it, her presence has never been malicious, and she lived there first, so it is just as much her house as it is mine if she chooses to stay. She does seem to have a sense of humor, though. I thought about saving that story for a different day, but it does directly correlate to the original. But anyway, fast forward to last summer. I was back home for a short time helping to run the family business, which is also on the same property in a separate building. The topic of hauntings came up with one of the employees I have grown close with. I told her that we have a resident ghost in the family, and told her the story that I just shared here. She jokingly said to remind her never to come over to visit. I reassured her that it wasn't that bad, and that I personally hadn't experienced anything recently when I visit, even making a joke that perhaps she had moved out. We laughed, and that was the end of it. Or so I thought. That very same evening, I came downstairs to ask my mother something, and found that I was alone in the house. The property is pretty large, so it's not uncommon to be around and not know where the person is. I went into the kitchen and found some almonds to snack on. Just then, I felt like somebody was in the house. I figured it was my mom coming back in, so I checked around the corner and there was no one. I called out to her and received no response. It was strange, but I shrugged it off and went back to snacking. I had my back to the entrance to the kitchen, and I was just sort of standing there, staring out the kitchen window, daydreaming. That's when I felt it. Someone poked me on the back of my arm. It was a playful poke, the kind you do when you sneak up behind someone and tap them to get their attention. During the time it took me to turn to see who was there, I remember wondering who it could possibly be. My parents are not really people who sneak up behind others and poke them. It was no one. There was no one there. I fully expected someone to be standing there, so when there wasn't, I was so taken aback that I let out a startled yell and power walked straight for the front door and left the house. The feeling I had was like reality slapped me in the face. I am completely convinced that it was her, giving me a playful nudge saying, "Guess who's still here?" That really freaked me out. I can handle little things here and there, but being physically touched? No, thank you. The Ghost of Old Bryce by Half Empty 69. This is a true story that happened to me, and I'm hesitant to share it because I've been ridiculed in the past. Please take this seriously, as I do. Back in 2008, my girlfriend and I decided to visit an abandoned mental asylum off Highway 82 in Alabama called Old Bryce. The facility had shut down a few years prior due to malpractice, and ghost legends surrounded it, including stories about staff murder. It was essentially a dumping ground for people society didn't know what to do with, and thousands of people had died there. The asylum consisted of 4 buildings: Bryce, the residence hall; S.D. Allen, the medical facility; the crematorium, and the guard shack. I've seen 2 ghosts in the residence hall, but the bigger one I want to share with you now. My second visit to Old Bryce was strange. It was my first time inside the building, and I came prepared. It was me, my girlfriend, and our friend Chris. I had a flashlight and a DVD camcorder. Through the main entrance, there was a staircase on the right that zigzagged up to the 2nd floor, complete with an anti-suicide fence at the top. You take a left, another left, and then a quick right, and you're in the hall that leads to the children's corridor. I had the flashlight in my left hand and the camera in my right, scanning the area, trying to catch something. On the left side of the corridor, there was a bathroom with just a tub in it. I thought I saw something in the bathroom and shined my light that way, but nothing. I moved the camera and light, thought I saw it again, and shined it back. Again, nothing. The night went on, and we finished without incident. The next day, when I reviewed the footage, I was shocked. In that bathroom, when I shined the light toward what I thought I saw, I was right. As the light panned to the right, a bluish-white, illuminated little girl's face peeked out from behind the door to follow the light. As the light shined back in her direction, in 2 frames, she was half behind the door, and then in the next frame, she was gone. My heart dropped, and I was in shock. I showed everyone I knew, and the girl's appearance was that of a child younger than 10. She had her hair parted in the middle, an unusually large forehead, and an apparent deformation or disorder. Here's where it gets weirder. I made the mistake of leaving the camera at a friend's house overnight, who was apparently not my friend, and he stole it. I know. 2.5 years later, I was living in a different city. One of the legends of Old Bryce is that windows grow back, and if you do any damage to them, spirits will follow you home. Well, I broke a window. One night, about 3 or 4 a.m., I was laying in bed on the verge of sleep. I felt a strange, immobilizing, tingling sensation start at the tip of my toes. I was laying on my stomach, with my arms under the pillow, completely helpless, as this sensation slowly crept up my legs, my midsection, and eventually over my entire body in about 20 seconds. Once it covered me, I heard the whisper of a little girl directly in my ear say, "I'm in your room." I cringed tight, and for some reason that I still can't explain, out loud I said, "I love you." The feeling stopped, and I was left on the verge of tears. It may or may not have been the little girl from the asylum. Maybe it was just some lost soul who wanted someone to acknowledge her, but according to legend, it makes sense. The Ghost in the Basement by a now deleted user. So my girlfriend landed a gig where she had to watch this 8-year-old and decided to bring me along as well. When we got there, the mother was running late. So we sat in the living room and talked to the kids. The little girl we were babysitting and also the teenage daughter were there. As the conversation naturally ran its course, the little girl mentioned the ghosts she had seen and met and even felt. I'm a pretty happy-go-lucky, go-with-the-flow sort of guy, so I entertained the topic of these ghosts, listening without really contributing, to which the little one happily obliged. However, I noticed that the older sister started to get a little nervous or anxious and tried to talk over her younger sister. This intrigued me. The girl went on to describe all the ones she had seen and felt, explaining that there were bad ones and good ones. So, whatever, right? Just a little kid's imagination running wild. Right? Well, apparently they had already had someone come to cleanse the house, meaning it was a reality for the family after all. The little girl also mentioned that she thinks she missed one. Cherry on top is that the most active room in the house was right beside where we were sleeping in the basement. Fast forward to the nighttime, when we tried to actually fall asleep. My girlfriend and I started feeling a bit nervous, and the feelings kept multiplying, until I started conversing in my own mind with whatever was in the room. I was thinking, "Say something so I know you're here," and as I finished that sentence, I felt ice-cold chills run from my left side to my right, and as they took over my body, I stood up and said, hello, right to my girlfriend. Safe to say, we spent the rest of the night upstairs. I don't know if it was just nerves or my mind playing tricks, but that's the story. Any thoughts? All Tucked In by Scotch Tape Geek. When I was around 9, a few of my cousins came to sleep over at my house, and since we couldn't all fit on my bed, we decided to sleep on the floor near the door to my bedroom and all share one giant blanket. Sometime during the night, I woke up to someone tucking the covers in around me. I thought maybe my dad had seen us while on the way to the bathroom, and maybe we had kicked off the covers, as I was prone to do at the time. I opened my eyes to say something to my dad, and although I could still feel the tucking in of the blankets, there was no one there. No one was tucking us in, yet I could very clearly feel the hands pushing the blanket around me. I was in the middle of the pack, and I looked around to see if any of my cousins were awake to see, or not see but experience what was going on, but they were all sound asleep. My little kid logic told me to close my eyes, and whatever was there would never know I had woken up. So that's what I did. I laid there, silent and still, for what seemed like 10 minutes or so, while I felt the blanket move as invisible hands went down the line and tucked us all in that night. It wasn't the most exciting brush with the paranormal, but since I don't remember much of my life before I was 10, it's my very first memory of such things. The Moving Jewelry Box by Internet Emu. Last weekend, I visited the house where my deceased father grew up. My grandfather also died in that house. 3 kids were playing in what used to be my father's bedroom. 2 of mine, and 1 kid on loan, shall we say. Ages 7, 5, and 4. I was standing outside in the hallway, but was not looking into the room. The kids got really quiet, and then started asking each other, "Did you see that?" Then they got loud. I went into the room to see what was up. All 3 said they saw a small jewelry box move all by itself. It was sitting on a shelf about 3 feet off the ground, and reportedly slid or shifted sideways about 3 to 4 inches. Had I not been standing outside the room, I could easily chalk this up to fantasy, or the kids messing with each other. But because I was within earshot, and because this all happened in like 10 seconds, I leaned toward thinking that they all believed this actually happened. I didn't think to open the box to see what was inside. It's possible there was some powered device in there, but the only person who lives there is my grandmother, and she's like 900 years old. She doesn't have gadgets. The only electronics in her entire house are the TV stand and the microwave. I don't believe in ghosts, not even a little bit, but I do think the kids are telling the truth. The floor is level, the shelf is level, there were no open windows, so I've got a bit of a conundrum here. What do you think? The Inhuman Voice by Frogorilla. About 10 years ago, I was between 19 and 21. I was living in an apartment with my then girlfriend, who would eventually become my wife, and our cat. It was around 4 or 5 p.m. She was getting ready for work when I heard a voice. It wasn't scary, but it was definitely not human or nice. It started saying things like, "I'm gonna get you," and "Oh man, I'm so gonna get you." It was excited, and it was going to get me, whatever that entailed. I was terrified. I was a 20-year-old man curled up in the corner of our bed against the wall, covered in blankets. I told my girlfriend, and she pretty well ignored me. What was she going to do? She didn't hear anything and had to go to work. I feel like this went on for 10 minutes at most, long enough for my wife to finish getting ready for work and leave. I was alone, but all I could do was wait. Suddenly, our cat came tearing into the bedroom, leapt on the bed, swiped about 1.5 feet in front of me, then leapt off the bed and ran. The voice was gone. I was alone. Was I hearing the cat, or did the cat protect me? There was only me, my wife, and the cat in the building at that time. It was an old house turned into 5 apartments. We lived on the 2nd floor, and our bedroom was connected to 2 outside walls and the rest of the house. I talked to my wife about it, but she is of the mind that there's no point in talking about something if nothing can be done about it. So all I got from her was confirmation that I had heard something say it was going to get me. I've had other experiences, but nothing like this. The Haunted Parkman Mansion by a now deleted user. Built in 1856 in the Greek Revival style, this beautiful antebellum mansion was bought in 1864 by John McGee Parkman. In the years following the Civil War, Parkman was arrested and imprisoned for cotton speculation. While in prison, he attempted to escape but was shot and killed during the attempt. After his death, his wife was forced to sell their house, and it wasn't long before his ghost began to appear regularly throughout the house and grounds. To this day, it's said that Parkman's apparition is still seen by visitors and residents alike. People often report hearing windows and doors being opened and shut when no one else is present. Some say doors close behind them and lock on their own. The apparitions of 2 little girls are also frequently seen, though their identities remain unknown. It seems Parkman's presence still lingers in the home he once inhabited, and some say that he continues to haunt the mansion where his story unfolded. I just thought people here might be interested. The Voices in the Dead Forest by Chickenbones369. When I was a kid, I lived out in the country in Alabama. My best friend at the time lived about a mile away, and during the summer, my older brother and I would go over there almost daily. Near his property was a dead forest. It was eerie because the trees were all there, but they never had any leaves, making the whole place look creepy to begin with. We would sometimes play in there, but we never ventured too far in. One day, my brother and my friend, let's call him Sam, wandered off while I was messing with a turtle. Not like hurting it, just kind of playing with it. I looked around for them and eventually thought I saw one of them heading into the woods. By this time, it was late afternoon, and it was getting darker. I ran into the woods but couldn't see them anywhere. Then I heard what sounded like them, talking, deeper in the woods. I followed the voices, but with every step, they seemed to get farther away, even though I should have been getting closer. and then the voices stopped. At that moment, I felt an intense sense of fear. It hit me that the sun had already set, and it was starting to get very dark. I panicked and ran all the way back to Sam's house. When I got there, my older brother and Sam were sitting in Sam's room playing Nintendo. They thought I was still out playing with the turtle. I never did figure out what I had been chasing in those creepy woods, but the whole experience stuck with me. Over the years, I've had a number of other strange, seemingly unnatural experiences. It just feels like I attract them somehow. The Boulders by the Covered Bridge by S.M.I. This had to have been at least 12 years ago. I was in Alabama, and my cousin wanted to go camping near an old wooden covered bridge, so he called his friend Drew to come along with us. My cousin wasn't sure where the place was, so by the time we found it, we had just enough light to set up the tent and start a fire. We were near some slow-moving river that curved right where we were camping along the shore. On the opposite side of the river was a sheer rock face, probably 90 to 100 feet tall. After several beers into the evening, we decided to crash. All three of us woke up several times in the night to hear what sounded like rocks being rolled down the side of the cliff. I say rocks, but boulders might be more accurate, due to the sound of the splashes. It was obviously something very large and very heavy. We would have thought someone was just messing with us, but the size of the boulders required to make that kerplump type of splash would have been way too large for most humans to move. We never made our way to the woods on top of that cliff the next day. That was the original plan, but I think we were all too scared, honestly. So yeah, that was really creepy. I do, however, wish we'd found a way to the source of what those boulders were, to see where they might have fallen from. But I don't know.